Chat, how would you like some Anthony Fantano content? Oh, that sounds like how Amaranth is using her vaginal yeast to make beer, and unfortunately that is not a joke. Why would you do that? Why would anyone do that? That makes me sick. That's gross. Money? I mean, I guess people would pay for gamer bathwater. I don't see why they would stop for yeast infection beer, but okay. She'll make bank. True. New segment. Man, I didn't foresee going through so many segments. I really need to insert some longer segments in here because this was full when I started. My God. But it is so goddamn good. All right. What you drinking? This is Grangestone Highland Single Malt Scotch Whiskey, Sherry Cask Finish, Double Maturation. It's very smooth, very good. Hope you don't have a busy day tomorrow. I have 2 pitchers of water, my friend. You think I'm gonna go to bed drunk? Hell nah. Where from? I mean, I got this from my partner's dad. And I'm very much enjoying it. He gives really excellent gifts. All right, folks, we're going to do some Anthony Fantano. Now, for those of you who don't know who Anthony Fantano is, he's basically the music review guy. Like, he's the guy who reviews music on YouTube. He's like one of the biggest guys who does music reviews on YouTube. And he recently had a debate. And I think it's really interesting. Now, for some background information, the reason he had this debate was because he did a review of Yee's new album. And basically just dunked on the fact that Yee has a bunch of neo-Nazi views and is kind of crazy. And we're going to watch his review. We're also going to watch his follow-up video from his non-review channel. And then we're going to watch the debate. Wait, is he called Yeet now? Or Yee? I'm confused. Just Yee? Is this the review? Is this the right I might have set up the wrong review. Let me double check. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. Ah, here we go. Yes, I did set up the wrong review, but now I have the right one. Here we go. So, here is Anthony Fantano, the bald god himself. Let's hear what he has to say.
This is completely unreviewable trash, and here's why. Question: what is even the purpose of a music review in the first place? I can say, at least in terms of my own intent, that when I do a music review, I hope to achieve a couple of things. One, give the viewer pause and cause them to think about why it is they do or don't like the piece of music or art that I'm doing an overview of. Or two, excite people to give the music that I'm talking about a try. Those are the two things I want to do. Problem: neither of those goals are possible in any scenario that involves reviewing this album. Newsflash: since 2022, Kanye has made it his mission to go full-on anti-Semite, spouting insane conspiracy theories, talking about how he loves Hitler, and at some point I think he realized how much he fucked up with all of that, so now he has to own this total dumpster fire he's created and boast about how people think he's anti-Semitic now, because yeah, they do. Even if he does.
Yeah, we do. You made merchandise with swastikas on it, man. Like, in case any of you forgot about this, like these were his shirt designs. These are his actual shirt designs. Like, yeah, people think you're anti-Semitic. Like, yeah. He's crazy. Like, he's crazy anti-Semitic. Were those confirmed to be real? Yeah. Yes, they were. You can literally go and like look up old merch for sale. Is there like a Poshmark, maybe? Boo, boo, boo. I don't think any of the outlets carry them anymore. Like, these were going to be the designs for his 2024 presidential run shirts. God. Yeah, I mean, like, you can find, like, contemporaneous articles about Kanye West merch. Yeah, see? Like, the image, this image is from the ADL. Like, they weren't just making it up, guys.
He does genuinely apologize and change his behavior past this point. His
Literally, he tried to come out and say he wasn't anti-Semitic anymore because he watched 21 Jump Street and Jonah Hill is a Jew. Like, that was his argument. He was like, I watched 21 Jump Street, everyone. It was a funny movie. I no longer believe the Jews are evil. Dude is crazy.
His public image is forever altered by all of this. I mean, you platformed a booger-eating white supremacist and have guys like this repping for you on a highway overpass.
Yeah, he went on podcasts with Nick Fuentes as like his spokesman, and Nick Fuentes and Milo Yiannopoulos. Yeah. He went on the Tim Pool show with Nick Fuentes as his spokesperson. It's crazy.
This is not a can of worms a guy like Kanye is capable of closing, not without help from someone who is willing to tell him no. But he spent this same period of time pushing away anybody who could possibly do that at this point, especially his wife, who he has now replaced with somebody who he just like kind of parades around like she's a naked body with no personality, opinion, or voice. Something that on some level I think he's weirdly proud of, as on the very lyrics to this record, he calls her just a reference, which is maybe one of the grossest and most dehumanizing things Kanye has said about a woman on any of his songs, and it's being directed at his wife. So this trajectory Kanye has been on as of late has left him with an interesting mix.
Nick Fuentes was his campaign manager for 2024.
Of fans.
The guy who said sex with women is gay was his campaign manager.
One, hateful psychos that actually agree with some of the stuff that he's been saying and are actually in my Twitter mentions theorizing that I'm a Jew, and that's the reason I don't really like his recent music. Two, anonymous nihilistic teenagers that don't really think anything he says or does has any greater consequence in the world, and are most likely bored and lonely and will just defend Kanye because watching him unravel is more entertaining than most things, and I guess brings some kind of meaning to their otherwise meaningless lives. And three, cultish weirdos who parasocially obsess over him and everything he does, and would basically follow.
Oh wait, was Milo the campaign manager and Nick Fuentes was just like the hype man? Was that the dynamic? Am I getting that right that time? There was like some triangle thing going on there. I don't remember the details. Those shirts are ridiculous. I agree. That's somehow worse. Yeah, it's bad when Kanye or Ye gets the guy known for talking about how actually it's good for priests to molest 13-year-olds to run his campaign. Which is what Milo Yiannopoulos is famous for.
Him to the ends of the earth. Keep in mind, these individuals have always been in his fan base to some degree, but prior they were at least mixed in with genuine hip-hop heads. Now, these three types of people, and there is overlap between them in Kanye's fan base, don't want to hear anything critical about him at all, ever. They've openly rejected any good faith effort I've made to make them aware of Kanye's downward spiral into Nazi-adjacent rhetoric and now imagery in the promotion of this record. The point is, there's no hope.
Oh, he used the imagery in promotion of the record. Okay, so he's not... So 21 Jump Street didn't actually make him not anti-Semitic, I guess. I guess it was too much to hope that was the case.
Of having any level-headed conversation with somebody who is like deep into the Kanye fandom at this point. People who literally think...
Wait, was it not even 21 Jump Street? It was 22 Jump Street? It was the sequel film? Are you sure? That's so silly. Oh my god. Oh, you're fucking around? Okay, well, if it didn't take, we need to show him the sequel. 22 Jump Street is a pretty good film. I liked it. I liked 22 Jump Street a little bit better because it didn't have like the weird prison rape at the end. Oh wait, no. Oh, Salmon Moose. He's just a pro-Semitic Nazi. Okay, gotcha.
Anything and everything he does is great, and will write off any bit of dissent as just being biased and unfair to him, as if he's Jesus Christ and can do no wrong. So yeah, there's no convincing them, which I will say is also the case for people who have left the Kanye reservation over the past several years, because there are a fair...
Kanye... Is it too far for me to say that, like, I feel like it's only a matter of time before this guy, like, does, like a Charles Manson type thing? Is that too far for me to go? Yeah, no, this is real. I wasn't making this up. This is a real thing. They tried to say that back last year that he changed his tune on Jewish people because of 21 Jump Street. Watching Jonah Hill in 21 Jump Street made me like Jewish people again. No one should take anger against one or two individuals and transform that into hatred towards millions of innocent people. No Christian can be labeled anti-Semite knowing Jesus is Jew. No one can hate Jonah Hill or deny that 21 Jump Street is a wonderful flick. The world is right again. Have a happy weekend, folks. Thanks, Candace Owens. Why is Candace Owens in here? You don't know about his cult? I know he had a school. Wait, he's friends with Candace Owens? I didn't know that. Oh, that's so sad. No wonder he hasn't gotten better.
Share of people who are validly pissed off about everything Kanye's been saying and doing recently and feel like it's totally beyond the pale. And even if this record was somehow good, what am I supposed to do? Tell the Jews in my audience, "Aw, come on, man, he didn't mean it. It's not so bad. He's just a little crazy, that's all." Especially since he's not doing anything to gain forgiveness. He is very apparently not sorry for anything he's been saying or doing. And the apologies he has given aren't worth a lick of shit, because he'll think nothing of saying Jesus Christ, Hitler, yay, sponsor that, not too long after. Now, there are some people who will say, "Anthony, you're being unfair here. Separate the art from the artist. Come on now. You can't."
What you mean him saying that he stopped hating Jews because of 21 Jump Street wasn't genuine? I'm shocked, chat. Shocked at gambling in this establishment.
Separate this crap from the music because it's in the music. Look at the lyrics. Read these words. They have meaning and they are saying things that are not good or
crazy, bipolar, anti-Semite, and I'm still the king. Still the king. Still the... They thought headlines was my kryptonite. Still the king. Still the king. I'ma come through and just black out. Just black out. Keep a few Jews on the staff now. How I'm anti-Semitic? I just fucked a Jewish bitch. I just fucked Scooter's bitch and we ran her like Olympics. Man, the lyrics are not good. I don't think these are the lyrics of a man who's not anti-Semitic anymore, chat.
Normal. You would have to expect me to separate my brain from my skull if you think I'm just going to ignore it. I think this comment here pretty much sums things up. We don't care as long as the album is good. His personality and what he says doesn't matter to me. I only care about the music. How do you penetrate this level of self-imposed ignorance? This person is not listening to Kanye. He's not listening to anything I...
He later said that he meant Zionists. Nah, Ye is absolutely anti-Semitic. Like 100,000%. Like, I'm sorry. The guy making, like, his campaign merch swastikas. This guy is not targeting Zionists, bro. Like, don't try and blow smoke up my ass. The guy making swastika merch is not discriminating between Zionists and non-Zionists. Sorry, bro. That's bullshit. Yeah, nah. The guy talking about how he's not anti-Semitic because he fucked the Jewish lady. Nah, that's pretty anti-Semitic. Okay? Some of the most racist people I've ever seen in my life married to black people. All right? Some of the most racist white people I've ever seen in my life married to black people. He literally said he likes Hitler. And not because Hitler just targeted the Zionists, okay, bud? My God.
or anyone has to say about Kanye. And this comment was posted after the album was released, so he's apparently not even listening to the content of the music that he supposedly cares so much about. So this argument about, I only care about the music, can't possibly be true, especially since the music too is shit. The song Paid is one of the most unintentionally hilarious tracks I think Kanye has ever put out. It's just a crappier version of Fade. Why wouldn't you just listen to Fade? You'd have to be delusional to think anything else, especially with this trash-ass verse from Ye, and Ty Dolla $ign on it is just amazing, saying that he's just here to get paid.
Okay. That's pretty funny, though. It's pretty funny that he collaborated with someone and their contribution was, I'm just here to get paid. Okay, that's pretty funny, but the comedy is entirely on Ty Dolla $ign.
At least he's honest. Then Back to Me with that Jay and Silent Bob chorus has to be one of the dumbest things I've heard on any Kanye album ever. I feel like I'm being punked. But naked, beautiful, big titty bitches don't just fly into the sky, you know. At least Freddie Gibbs somehow made it flow, but yeah, that dude is as good as he is at rapping, he cannot save this track. Then Hood Rat has maybe one of the most excruciatingly bad instrumentals on any Kanye album ever. The mix is a mess, and God, those repetitions of Hood Rat, Hood Rat, Hood Rat, Hood Rat. I mean, I guess it kind of drowns out all the other stuff about the track, so that's kind of a silver lining. But almost none of that matters because there is so little to praise with this record. And if Kanye's delusional fans are not hearing that this record is awful on its face as they just kind of listen to it by themselves, nothing I'm going to say is going to convince them. But if you really want a general assessment of this thing, it sounds like a slightly more finished Donda 2. Somehow Jesus is King had more songs on it that sounded more cohesive, well put together, which is saying something because that was previously Kanye's shortest, messiest, most unhinged and crappy record yet, and somehow this surpassed it, and at least in my mind has achieved the status of being Kanye's worst album. And given that the sequel tends to be a step down from the original in Kanye's case most of the time, the rest of the Vultures series from this point is not looking good. But yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you. Bye.
And yet, this was not all that
Biden impeachment
that Anthony Fantano would have to say. This was not all that our wayward hero would have to say, because unfortunately, Kanye fans, or Ye fans, were not content. No, friends. You see, they had more insistent plans in mind.
Can you tell me what you had for breakfast this morning?
Banana.
Is that it?
That's it. I'm just gonna.
They wanted a debate, and Anthony Fantano bravely stepped up to the plate to defend his position on separating the art from the artist. Let's go. Also, before we dive into this, we've been going for over 5 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, please hit the follow button. Please hit the subscribe button if you're over on YouTube. Hit the like button on the YouTube stream. How are we doing on the likes on the YouTube stream? Just out of curiosity. We're at 121 likes. If we get 25 more likes, 29 more likes, we'll be at 150. My God. So folks, hit the like button on the YouTube stream and consider dropping some subs or donos. Keep in mind, for every sub or dono you drop, or sub or their dono equivalent, I will say awooga. I will awooga for you on demand. Give Jack money and love, but mostly money. Blahage flags? Ooh, let's see them. Let's see them. Come and take it. Don't tread on me, Blahaj! Let's go! I love these. Thank you very, very much. Also, please post them in the Discord so that we have them in perpetuity. All right. Now, folks. It's hard to put together a 6-hour plus live stream. So again, I just wanted to look into the camera and say, remember to hit the follow button. Remember to hit the subscribe button. Remember to hit the like button. And remember, if you're enjoying the show, consider dropping some subs or donos, because this show is brought to you by viewers like you. Thank you. Did my glasses, like, leave a weird little mark? Weird. All right. Here we go. Remember to get a job. It's how you can best afford to drop subs and make Jack say awooga. It's true. It's a truga. There we go.
I started with this. Nice to finally meet you. I mean, it's I regret that it's under these circumstances.
I just want to say real quick. Like, Anthony Fantano has such a good fashion vibe. Like, I like it a lot. Like, whether he's in the flannel, you know, the garb of my people, or like a colorful sweatshirt like this, like, I just, you know, his fashion is a vibe, and I feel like that's an underappreciated aspect of Anthony Fantano.
You know, I would rather it be.
Why are these circumstances regretful?
Because I don't know. I feel like it's not the. It's kind of we're we're kind of on opposite sides of the spectrum when it comes to this regard. So I don't know. We can have a cordial conversation. I'm just.
I mean, I got into this game knowing I would have people disagreeing with me. So I mean, this is
Okay, that's cool.
this to me
That's
is
cool.
the best time to be meeting.
Yeah, cool. It's hard to read.
God, what a Chad. I came into this knowing that I would have to fight people like you. I didn't. What a Chad move. Establishing dominance right off the bat.
Tone like from Twitter comments. That's what I'm saying. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, you recently came out with a video that was very much in reference to me on your YouTube channel that was titled "How Political Correctness Ruined Art."
Yeah, cringy
And-
title, by the way. I'll just throw that out there right away.
I mean, whatever you want to say.
Oh, political correctness ruined art. Okay, we know where this guy's coming from. All right. By the way, pro tip. If you're about to make art that flies in the face of political correctness, you better be prepared to make that good and to, like, be able to explain it, right? Because there are good ways your art can, like, fly in the face of political correctness to, like, make points, you know? Like, I think a good example of this in the current discourse would be, like, Starship Troopers. Starship Troopers is a movie about being both too politically correct and not politically correct enough, right? It's a movie where the premise is that if you're watching it and thoughtlessly enjoying it, you are being indicted by the film, right? You're being indicted by the film for not thinking about it or engaging with it critically because it is intentionally made to be an in-universe fascist propaganda film for the Empire that's losing a war against bugs. Like, Paul Verhoeven, very much a Giga Chad, right? Very much politically incorrect, by the way, in his being a Giga Chad. But he's politically incorrect in a way that's interesting and thought-provoking. Not just because, like, he's not being politically incorrect because he hates black people or because he, like, hates, like, bugs or something. He's being politically incorrect to make a point, to fly against the conventions of society in order to make a greater artistic argument. And I don't think that's what's ruining modern artistic endeavors.
Say.
Yeah.
So, that's your video. Also,
Mhm.
recently, in kind of the lead up to this conversation that we're having right now, you sent me a message saying, that you love what I do, you have respect for me and what I do, but I'm part of
Yeah.
the problem. That was like literally
Yes.
kind of what you said.
Yeah.
To sort of kind of give you the floor off the bat, do you want to tell me and the audience what you perceive as the problem that I'm like contributing to, and just like kind of lay that out, and then we can kind of start from there?
Sure. I think the biggest problem, and probably the point of my video, I hate this polarization that we're that we're living in right now. The political divide.
Imagine saying that when you're setting out to defend a guy who had who had a guy managing a political campaign who is known for saying it's okay for priests to have sex with children. Imagine saying that we're so polarized about the guy who literally tried to sell Nazi merchandise. We're so politically polarized. How dare you talk about how politically polarized we are? You're being too politically correct right now. Like, my God. I don't understand the divisiveness. Imagine, like, this guy has just revealed his power level, and his power level is, like, equivalent to that farmer at the beginning of Dragon Ball Z, okay? He's like the farmer that Raditz character, like, gets out of his pod and, like, scans the farmer's power level and is like, oh, it's 3. Okay? This guy's about to be blown the fuck out, and I'm very much looking forward to it.
That's present at this moment, and I think, I don't know, tackling these topics with a lot of aggression and a lot of conviction. I understand where you're coming from. You've been doing this for a long time. I understand it's probably fucking tough for you. Like, I have seen all the haters and all the people.
Listen. I'm not having a tough.
Wait, I just want to mention something. Since last Friday, Jack has done streams of 4, 4.5, 5, 6, 6, 9, and now 5 hours. That's 35 hours of live content. That's true. I have made,
I'm doing my part. Awooga awooga awoo BWA ga.
Micah, awooga. Thank you for the $5 dono. I have made 35 hours of content that you can watch not only live, but also not live. So definitely consider subscribing to the stream and liking the stream and dropping some subs or donos. I appreciate it.
Tough time. I'm fine.
Okay, cool.
Is the polarization the problem, to sort of like get to the
Yes, and really let me just finish.
Paul Verhoeven is like one of the greatest filmmakers of all time, and I feel like he's very underappreciated.
Encouraging and doubling down on that polarization, with aggressive comments, and even I don't know. Let me read a tweet. This is the tweet.
I mean, like, goddamn. Starship Troopers, Total Recall, Basic Instinct, RoboCop, Showgirls. I haven't seen his more recent films. Did they hold up? Like, I know he put out like a couple films, but I don't know if like he's been good in like the aughts, you know? They're all right. I feel like Showgirls is pretty up there too. Like people at least remember Showgirls. I don't know if it's because it's a good movie or because it's a sexy movie. Like I don't remember. Oh, he also did The Hitchhiker? I didn't know that. Sorry, I'm on his IMDb. I didn't know that he rose to prominence by doing the television show The Hitchhiker. That's great. I feel like The Hitchhiker is kind of like almost like an American. This is gonna sound weird, like a weird comparison, like an American version of Mushishi. Guys, if you guys know that anime, better than Ray. Love your streams, Riverboat. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much. I'm gonna do my best to keep up the good work. Let's see. Have you never seen Showgirls? I've never seen Showgirls. I just know it's like well regarded. It's a hot mess, but a glorious hot mess. I mean, I will take a glorious hot mess over like most films any day. All right, I'm moving on. I feel like I've turned the audience against me.
You wait. I don't know. I'll just quote it. Like
Okay.
I don't know what it is.
Just tell me what I said
when you
generally. I'll
make-
tell you.
When you make a think piece, but you can't think.
Right.
Okay, how should I feel about that?
Wait, does Anthony Fantano like record standing up?
Well, I mean, it's definitely making fun of your video. Yeah.
yeah, he
I mean, do
definitely
you
stands
want to
up.
know why I would say something like that, or?
Okay, sure.
I just feel like you made a lot of terrible points throughout the video. I'm having a hard time sort of seeing how you feel polarization is necessarily the issue here, because I mean, you've said and contributed to polarization in your video in your own way. I mean, let me just kind of pull this out of the closet and get a little direct here. I mean,
Okay.
this is kind of a different position you're taking here now that we're sort of on stream than you are in the video. In the video, you say very bluntly,
Okay.
the issue, the problem, the greater problem.
Wait, okay, now, okay, you want me to watch this Liz Gillies and Ariana Grande recreate Showgirls scene? All right.
I don't know what all this stuff is.
I'll order for you.
Don't they have brown rice and vegetables?
Do you like brown rice and vegetables?
Yeah,
You do.
sort of.
Are they about to smooch? Because that's the vibe I'm getting.
Really?
Worse than dog food. It is. I've had dog food. You have?
Mm-hmm. Long time ago.
Doggy chow.
Man, I used to love doggy chow.
This is amazing.
I used to love doggy chow too.
What the hell?
Get a headache from champagne. No, this isn't champagne. This is holy water.
I named myself after this holy water.
Chris Luke Connors used to have ginger brown hair.
This is like if an alien made a conversation.
And little baby tits.
It's amazing what paint a surgeon can do.
You have great tits. They're really beautiful. Thank you.
I like nice tits. I always have. How about you?
I like having nice tits.
How do you like having them?
What do you mean?
This is unrealistic. Well, actually, this is actually very realistic for lesbians flirting, because neither lesbian wants to like directly flirt. So it does actually kind of work like this. Is this porn? No, I don't think it is.
You know what I mean. I like having him in a nice dress and a tight top.
You like to show him off.
I didn't like showing him off with the cheetah.
Why not? I like looking at him there. Everybody like looking at him there.
Oh, lesbians need to up their game so hard. Like, the stereotype of lesbians all, like, there being, like, 100 lesbians in a room and, like, all of them, like, looking yearningly at each other, but, like, looking away as fast as they can when, like, one of them makes accidental eye contact with another. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. If you've ever been a lesbian on a dating app, that's 100% the dynamic. It's just, like, a bunch of, like, quiet, like, yearning. It's like, it's full of quiet yearning. Taking initiative is, like, seen as like, weird. I say from experience. But you know what? You just need to find some gumption, okay? If you're a lesbian and you're stuck in that dating hellhole, you just need to show some gumption, okay? I promise that gumption will get you a date, get you a lady friend.
There. Made me feel like a hooker.
You are a whore, darling.
No, I'm not.
We all are. We take the cash. We cash the check. We show them what they want to see.
Oh shit! Is Showgirls an anti-capitalist masterpiece? Guys, it's an anti-capitalist masterpiece. Guys, we're all whores under capitalism. Oh my god.
Maybe you are a whore, Crystal, but I'm not.
That's amazing. 10 out of 10. Thank you for sending this to me. It has nothing to do with what's happening here, but thank you for sending it to me.
Problem here is that you feel like there is an absolute inability to give shitty people any sort of recognition. Is that the problem that we're kind of facing societally right now that I'm contributing to? We don't give shitty people enough recognition?
No. That's not what I was trying to. That's not the point I was trying to make.
But that's literally the thing that you said is the problem, and those words came out of your mouth.
Those words did come out of my mouth, but well, I'll use this as an example. So you watched the video, right?
No, I watched the whole video multiple times over and wrote notes and pulled it apart.
So you seen the Jordan Peterson segment?
Yeah,
right?
I did see that. And if you
Man, Jordan Peterson has brain poisoned an entire generation of guys like this.
want to talk about
What
that
did,
too,
what did you
we
think
can.
about that? What did you think about that?
What did I think about the Jordan Peterson
Yeah.
section? I thought it was kind of flawed. I think while it's true you do acknowledge that he does have shitty opinions on things like trans people, I think you kind of overestimate his abilities as a psychologist and as a self-help guru.
See, this is why Anthony Fantano is the GOAT, guys. He knows. He understands. He has a leftist foundation. I love it.
Maybe due to a lack of exposure to other people who do the same, I don't know. But part of the reason that I think you kind of glommed onto that a little unquestionably is that you adhere to one of his most flawed and awful arguments he's made multiple times later in your video, that why should you be able to make prescriptions on how to make the world a better place when you can't even fix your own life? And we could extract that onto figures that you also mentioned in your video, like MLK, for example, who we can acknowledge was a flawed man, did some bad things. Because of that philandering, because of that bad behavior, should he have then shrunk away from trying to fight for civil rights and fight for causes of racial equality? Because, oh, well, I'm a bad person who does bad things and I have a flawed personality.
Right, Tipster? Like, I don't watch a ton of Anthony Fantano, but I like and respect him a lot. You know? As far as music reviewers go, like, for me it's Anthony Fantano and Todd in the Shadows. Like, they're both extraordinarily good.
So I can't try to fight for a greater good. Do you see how that's kind of like a flawed point?
Yeah, I get what you're trying to say, but I was more so referring to regular Twitter user than people who actually have a platform, because I see a lot of the
Wait, dude, I've been meaning to watch Anthony debate someone because he always seemed based as fuck. So I have any idea what went on with that FD Sig convo he had? I have no idea about the FD signifier conversation he had. Um, I have watched him debate one other time against a lunatic Drake fan. He doesn't typically do a ton of debates, and he doesn't typically get outside of his music reviewing sphere. But like when he's in his debates, he's definitely bringing like leftist ideas to the forefront, and I appreciate him for that. He has good grounding in like leftist politics.
regular Twitter users that even responded to me and attacked me, I see them as just kind of adding fuel to the fire and not really helping in any way.
But the thing
I'm
is, like,
trying to make-
MLK
All right,
had.
let me finish.
But wait,
Point I
MLK
was-
had to at one point be just some like regular, average, irrelevant Joe who was still a flawed. He was a flawed person first. We all start off as flawed people. We never start with a platform that we can then do something good with. So
Okay.
he started out as a flawed person, and just like any other random Twitter user, was somebody who had an idea and a passion and a point of view at one point that he felt was worth fighting for.
Okay.
I get what you're saying, that like a lot of these people may be coming at you on Twitter like irrelevant nobodies, but like not all of them may be forever, and at least a few of them may go on to have a platform and have influence that they sort of have some kind of positive impact with, even if behind the scenes or to some extent they are some kind of flawed person that makes mistakes.
I disagree.
I wish more people in leftist spaces would have this idea, by the way. Like being able to acknowledge that someone has flaws or hasn't been perfect on every issue and still being able to work with them for like a greater cause to like go on and do good things. I think that's an incredibly important position to have, or maybe attitude would be a better phrase here. I think it's an important attitude to have because in leftist spaces, there is a knee-jerk reaction to alienate anyone who like disagrees with you, to alienate anyone who might have a different approach on a certain leftist topic than you do. Like I advocate for getting out there and like volunteering like your time to do phone banking, to knock on doors, to get involved in electoral politics, to build up your organizing skills, and to build up your whatever influence you can within like the Democratic Party, for example, right? And like sometimes that requires you to work side by side with people who think differently about leftist politics than you. But like acknowledging that they might think different than you and still might be able to contribute towards a common goal, I think that's something that is difficult for us to grasp in the online left, So, yeah, I'm glad that Anthony gets that.
Agree with that because of the notion that the way MLK, and I'm not very educated, you'll probably I'm not very
Big thanks to Anthony for breaking me out of my Christian rock and classical upbringing. For sure. Like I'm not big into music. I'm very autistic and I tend to just watch movies, TV, and like play video games, but like when I do want to like branch out into new music, I look at like Todd in the Shadows and like Anthony Fantano for recommendations,
educated on this issue. I'm not even from the US, so
yes,
I'm
Melanie,
not
I'm proud of
familiar
you.
with all his talking points. But the way he approached the whole civil rights movement, it was a lot more understanding and trying to connect even with the racist people,
Yeah, like my example would be Destiny. I don't like Destiny. I dislike him quite a bit. Like we've had like run-ins before in like debate settings and I don't like him. But like I'm willing to work with him. I'm willing to work with his fans if it means like the difference between getting like a milquetoast dem elected or a fascist elected. I'll work against the fascist regardless of whether I have to work with Destiny or not, even if he's not my favorite person in the world.
trying to reach them than just like pure attack, fuck you, everything you're saying is wrong, you're a piece of shit person. I think that gets us nowhere, and I think that's been proven in the last couple of years. So that's just the point I'm trying to make. And just to add on my the point I made previously with the Jordan Peterson book, I mean, the fact that he's not maybe not, possibly, I'm not familiar with this, maybe he's not a reputable psychologist, okay, and that's,
well, I mean, he is on the verge of having his license revoked.
Okay. But the fact is that his book helped me in a major way.
Yeah, which I mean, it could have. I'm not denying that.
And that's fine, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and this, you may not hold this opinion. I'm not conflating you with your fans or anything, but I saw a lot of people saying like, how can you say that? There's a million other better psychologists than Jordan Peterson. Why would you say that? You can read other books, which is like,
I think that's a good point, Beaver Brain. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think that's a good point to keep in mind.
I get what you're trying to say, but can I not like acknowledge that something helped me? Can I not be honest about, I don't know.
I mean, like, you can acknowledge that his book helped you and then also acknowledge his other failings as like a psychologist, right? Like, he's not the first guy to have ideas about like cleaning up your personal space and how that can have an effect on your day-to-day psychology, right? Like, he's not the first guy to have that idea. But you can acknowledge that he's the guy who introduced you to that idea, you know? Like, that's fine. But putting him up on a pedestal as a result, that's misguided.
About good experiences I have with certain things because they come from a problematic source. Is that what we're doing?
You know, in this specific case, I don't see an issue with it per se, especially since you kind of acknowledge that Jordan Peterson does legitimately have like shitty opinions on certain things.
Yeah.
Like the greater problem is that like Jordan Peterson, I mean, you could look at the man's Twitter account. You could look at his speeches. You could look at where he gets booked and does talks on a regular basis. Like, he's not often paid or brought in to speak to groups of people to address that topic. It's more often to address wokeness. Yeah. It's more often to address trans people. It's more often to address, you know, what he agrees is like, or thinks is like, you know, covert Marxist, you know, whatever the fuck. You know, that is often what he's being booked to discuss. I mean, if anything, if he's still acknowledged as a psychologist and as a self-help guy, it's in order to bolster his legitimacy as a man who can comment on these issues. Because it's like, oh, well, maybe I should consider what this man has to say about all of these topics that he's not educated in because he's a psychologist.
Your point here being that I'm legitimizing Jordan Peterson in a way, so that also kind of
I think you personally did your due diligence in sort of acknowledging that he is a flawed guy. You know, and that he does not have like uniformly great opinions on everything. I'm not personally blaming you for anything. Okay. Let's just like get that out of the way here.
All right.
You know, I'm just saying, you know, we don't necessarily, though, you could acknowledge that. You could say, I read the guy's book, and look, a lot of people have who fiercely disagree with him and say, you know what, like, he doesn't really talk about a lot of this stuff in his book, and this is just, you know, a separate thing in his world, and that more or less seems kind of fine. And if he just sort of stuck to this and just focused on this, he would probably be overall, like in the greater world, a sort of neutral figure that people generally found uncontroversial. You know, like nobody's attacking the man. Like, the guy didn't rise to prominence because he had like really hot psychological takes. Like, he rose to prominence because he was making a big to-do about, oh, if I don't acknowledge people's pronouns on the college campus, they're going to throw me in jail, and I'm
not gonna lie, that's a pretty good Peterson impression.
I won't do it. I won't do it. You can't make me do it. That's why he rose to prominence. It's not because he's like.
I don't understand what point you're trying to make here. Like,
well, the point I'm trying to make here is, even if he is good at this one thing, you know, to an extent, we don't need to then give him his flowers, especially since, you know, at that one thing, he doesn't seem to be the greatest in the world at it. And in addition,
that exactly, like, he's not the first guy to propose that you should like clean your room. He's not the first guy to say you should make your bed in the morning so that you've accomplished something. You know, these are behaviors and like ways of like psychologically prepping yourself for the day that like people have known about for a long time. Like a long time. And it's weird for people to seem like they're being ride or die for those concepts because they heard about them for the first time, or rather ride or die for Peterson because they heard about them for the first time from him, you know? Like I feel like there is yeah, exactly, Beaver Brain. Your mom told you that. And, you know, your mom knew a little bit about something, you know? And, like, I feel like military schools also kind of imparted a lot of, like, that idea, like, making your bed at the beginning of the day. Like, the justification for that is that you've at least accomplished one task for the day. I feel like this is, like, kind of common sense, like, you know, not common sense, but, like, maybe, like, a common suggestion from a lot of people, not just Jordan Peterson. It's just that a lot of people in the millennial and Gen Z generation were exposed to this idea predominantly by Jordan Peterson rather than a military school or their mom or their dad, you know?
Wait. So I have to stop you here. I have to stop you here.
Let me finish my point.
Okay.
This is my point. I have two more sentences. He doesn't seem to be the greatest in the world at it, and in addition to that, it doesn't seem to what I want to say is define the bulk of his influence and impact on the world is what I'm saying. When Jordan Peterson is talking, I guarantee you 90% of the time it has little to do with what is in that fucking book that you read.
Yup.
And it's more on the things that you personally acknowledge make him a shitty human being. Like he makes his living being a shitty human being, not being a self-help guru or a psychologist, which again, he's on the verge of losing his license.
True.
All right, so that's like the 8th sentence. That's cool.
Sorry about that. I lied. I'll readily acknowledge. I'll readily acknowledge that I lied there.
I get it. I like yapping. I'm a yapper too, so I can't even blame you for that.
Damn. Point against Anthony Fantano for lying in a debate. Shame. Don't reactivate Twitter, join Blue Sky. True. All right. Let's return to this.
And even just like kind of accepting on a personal level, like I think this is, you know, something I can kind of separate from him, and something what I do, which is like I criticize things, I analyze things, and then I sort of use my platform to boost and expose those things to other people. You know, like, look, I'm not making an argument here that in regards to Jordan Peterson or, you know, even Vulture's one, that it's like some kind of grand sin being committed just by virtue of listening to it. I went on my stream and listened to it in front of tens of thousands of people. Like if that's the argument that I'm making, then I've just literally committed the same sin that I'm accusing other people of.
Of course.
That is not what I'm saying. I'm not like, you know, I'm of like the same opinion of you that one individual person choosing to listen to this record or read a Jordan Peterson work is not like, you know, some kind of greater detriment, you know, to the state of the world or something like that. But I don't think we're doing ourselves any favors by ignoring the idea that actions do have consequences and that, you know, there are potential dangers and downsides to like uncritically praising and platforming things that may be attached to things as dangerous as, like, let's say Nazi ideology, you know?
So you think all those things are attached. So you think it's impossible for me basically to say, okay, I enjoy him as a psychologist, but he's a horrible fucking human being.
Well, I think he himself makes it difficult to unattach them because he uses his psychology background to bolster his shitty opinions on other topics. He himself uses that as a platform to make his opinions seem more valid than they are. Jordan Peterson himself is making the detachment difficult. It's not me doing that, it's him.
Yeah, okay, but the point I made in the video specifically, my words were, not that we should do that, but that I should be able to say that. It was, I don't know, I should be able to say that I like Jordan Peterson as a psychologist. I should be able to say that Kanye is a generational artist without getting a flurry
Wait, are you earlier in the convo? I mean, this is where we are in the convo, yeah.
of eye rolls and and sighs in response. That was my point. That you shouldn't receive judgment simply for enjoying something. And just to add on, wait, hold on, let me finish my point. Just to add on to that, I think even if we were to entertain the fact that it's okay to judge people for that, I don't think it's productive in any way or sense to what you're trying to do, to what I'm trying to do, to where we're trying to get politically and socially as a fucking society. I don't think it's effective in any way. And I think that's been proven these past couple years.
Oh shit, Kyrie's Twitter is also deactivated. Oh. That's sad. I just looked at it because we had like one DM together. Yeah. Well, I hope he comes back to us. He was a good bean. I hope he'll be okay. Rip to a real one. Don't say rip as if he's dead. My god. He's probably still alive. I just know that he's been working on like his master's or PhD or something, you know?
I don't think I'm just going to get to the nitty gritty of things. I don't think deplatforming is an effective way of doing things.
And I'm not of the opinion that like any number of words that I could say in any YouTube video would like end Kanye's career or deplatform him.
Okay. But that is sort of, I mean, I'm with Jordan Peterson specifically, that is sort of what you're advocating for, right? Like there's no need to legitimize his psychological background. He's a shitty person. Let's just like completely fuck him, basically, right? Fuck whatever he does. That's deplatforming in a sense, right?
No, I'm not saying like fuck whatever he does. If he decided tomorrow that he was going to stop making a living off of lying about and debasing trans people and just focus on the psychology stuff, to whatever extent people enjoy that or get something out of it, that would be fine. I wouldn't really have a problem with that.
I think you're conflating. I didn't just focus on his psychology stuff.
No, I know. You're asking me a personal question as to whether or not I want him deplatformed, or whether or not I think we should throw everything away.
Sure. Should you want him deplatformed?
Deplatformed from what? Like Twitter?
Twitter.
I mean, I think he's, I guess, allowed to be on Twitter as according to the TOS. You know, I don't really know what you think my argument is. Like, I'm not saying that like Jordan Peterson should be prevented from speaking his mind. What I'm saying is like, look, he's giving really dumbass opinions and there's going to be consequences for that. People are going to react negatively. People are going to turn off. People are going to be unhappy with the things that he's saying. There are going to be companies and corporations that you need in order to spread your message out there and put it on this platform, put it on that platform, that may not want to work with you because of the fact that it ends up being a bad look. Like, that's just consequences for the things that you say.
Consequences!
Like, when we're talking about widespread deplatforming on every level that you possibly could, I couldn't really imagine anything other than, like, the government stepping in to sort of actually make that happen, and I'm not advocating for that.
Whoa, no, I don't mean that kind of deplatforming. I mean kind of
well, I mean, what I'm saying is like that's
with Andrew Tate, for reference.
Oh, you mean Andrew Tate, the guy who got arrested for sex trafficking. Gotcha. Hey, Nanachi.
What happened with Andrew Tate? He got deplatformed off everything, and his
he got arrested by Romanian police, my guy.
Stature grew. He became sort of a martyr for the Red Wing. You know, Piers Morgan, whatever, like Ben Shapiro, everybody talking about him. His popularity rose more than ever because that was his main talking point for a long while. He was like, hey, I'm banned from everywhere. They don't want to hear what I'm saying. Like the higher ups banned me from saying this because they don't want you to hear this. You know, it gave them validity in a sense to the ignorant people on the other side. And I think the thing here is that we're on the same side here. Okay, even though I hate using sides as in my terminology, but I think we want the same thing, but I think we just have different ways of dealing with ignorant people, and I don't know, tackling that issue.
I don't know if what you're saying here holds completely true, because
Okay.
the thing is, like, provably a guy like Alex Jones, for example, who, due to his actions and his words, has been pulled from everywhere, sued into the Stone Age, and basically, like, his influence dampened in every way that it possibly could. That has provably, yeah, sure, made him a bit of a weird, obscure-ish meme folk hero among some conspiratorial psychos on the internet, but arguably he has way less influence now than he ever did. So I mean, wouldn't that be an example of, like, platforming working and ultimately serving a greater good, since now he's no longer able to as effectively turn his audience on people whose children have been killed and force them to move from house to house to house to house because they're being threatened, because they think that they're playing into some kind of weird government plot to have their guns taken away or something.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but I completely disagree with you in the sense that I think I used this analogy. I did use this analogy in the video. How your police force tackles things. It's sort of like trying to put a band-aid on a fucking decapitated head, just ignoring all the core problems and just trying to patch up these singular individuals, when in reality there's still demand for this type of content. Okay, it may not be Alex Jones, but another Alex Jones is going to rise up because that demand is still there. You can't just erase that demand, no matter how many individuals you suppress or erase off the planet.
Kevin Maxwell. Oh, woo! God. Thank you for the $5 super chat over on YouTube. Thank you for representing YouTubers, the YouTube chat. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. This is very dumb, Entrama. I agree. This guy sounds brain melted by right-wing nonsense. He has no real points. He's just throwing buzzwords and talking points out. Yeah, I have a distinct feeling that this is going to be a how do you say, complete shit show. Oh, whoo! Hey, move on, Jenkins.
Of this earth, people are still gonna need that. They're still gonna seek out that type of content, and there'll be other figures in no time providing the same type of content, spewing the same kind of ignorant rhetoric, and nothing is gonna change.
I mean,
because we're
provably nobody has risen in Alex Jones's place that is quite as unhinged at this point. In fact, I mean, I don't disagree that there's no shortage of conspiratorial content out there, but a lot of those people that make that same stuff, whether you want to say, like, and I don't think they're on exactly the same level. This is not my point. You could say Russell Brand, you could say Joe Rogan, you could say Andrew Tate. Like, even they understand to an extent there is a third rail due to Alex Jones that you should not be touching. Because Alex,
I don't understand. Sorry,
like obviously Alex Jones went too far with what he was doing, with his rhetoric, with the defamation, with the lying, with the accusations, with the completely unfounded and unprovable lying. And what I'm saying here is, like, clearly he has stood as an example and hasn't been completely replaced in the sort of damage in the sort of damage level. Well, okay. Well,
what about Nick Fuentes?
Nick
what
Fuentes
about Nick
is
Fuentes?
far, like, multiple leagues more obscure than Alex Jones is right now, and will, from what we can see, due to how...
Dude, what about, if somebody ever says to you in a conversation, what about Nick Fuentes? You've lost. Like they have lost the conversation.
Is that
noxious...
true?
Yeah, Nick Fuentes is nowhere near as big as Alex Jones used to be at his YouTube peak.
Okay, used to be at his YouTube peak, but when he was
Yeah,
on YouTube,
like when Alex Jones was still platformed and allowed everywhere.
well, okay, right, but
Okay, this guy just revealed his power level. Like, I'm sorry, if you think that Nick Fuentes has ever been as big as Alex Jones, like, you've been watching a lot of Nick Fuentes. You've been watching a lot of Nick Fuentes, and if you don't know who Nick Fuentes is, you are blessed. But Nick Fuentes is basically a neo-Nazi. Just in case you need to be caught up with everybody. Here we go.
when was he deplatformed exactly?
That's not really relevant to the conversation. Look, here's the thing.
I think no, wait, hold on. I think it is because recently we've seen a huge uprise in like red pill content, Sneeko, I don't know, Andrew Tate, Nick Fuentes. That might be it's not a coincidence, right? There was a need for that. Maybe
there was a need for red pill content. Are you sure about that, bud? Are you sure about that? Can we get the Can we get this?
Something you said or done in the past can cause you to be fired from your place of work. Don't let something you said or done get you undeservedly fired from your position. We all make mistakes. We shouldn't be punished for them. I was fired from work for something completely embarrassing. I was fired for something extremely embarrassing. I'm not going to say what it was, but it led me to invent this powerful hot dog vacuum. People say to me, what inspired you to invent this? And I say, I cannot talk about it without crying. Here's how my invention works. Let's say you're at work and they push lunch without asking, which shouldn't be allowed. Cut to, you got 6 inches of hot dog stuffed down your throat and no one gives a shit. Simply place the Carver hot dog vacuum like so. Boom. They waited a while to fire me so it wouldn't be obvious what they were firing me for. They said poor performance. You sure about that? You sure about that? That's why? You sure? It wasn't because after the thing that happened to me, no one could look at me without dying laughing? You sure about that?
maybe that need was previously fulfilled by Alex Jones and it needed to just be fulfilled by someone else. And then you have this huge movement of ignorance. And yeah, you have to tackle that issue.
Look, I'm not saying that there's like not parallels, you know, between Alex Jones and those worlds. But when Alex Jones was at his peak, he was saying incredibly heinous things, spouting,
I agree.
Spouting absolutely insane, you know, conspiracies that again landed him in court. And he had a massive YouTube channel, a massive podcast, like a massive following, and just allowing that to kind of quietly fester rather than actually challenging it would have long-term had more negative effects than good. And on top of that, you know, to kind of rewind on an argument that you were making earlier, and I'm not going to bring up a hypothetical here because I would have to absolutely get, you know, vile and disgusting to do so. But just because there's a demand for a certain type of content, and I think we can, without sort of like spelling it out, imagine how bad this hypothetical could get. Just because there's a demand for a certain kind of content doesn't mean that economically and commercially we should satisfy it. Like, I'm sure I don't need to spell it out to say what kinds of disgusting abuse.
Yeah, I 100%. Like, also, my God, Anthony Fantano, way to be, like, very aware of what could get clipped out of context here.
Sick and twisted and depraved types of content, there are probably some psychos out there who would demand if they had the freedom and ability to demand and consume it. But just because that demand is there doesn't mean that we should try to satisfy it as a society.
You see, we should try to satisfy it. I mean, that's a very idealistic thing of way of viewing things.
No, it's not idealistic. How you portrayed it is kind of in a very...
I don't think we should do it as a society either, but we've seen it time and time again. Certain individuals...
Let me be a little bit bolder about it. I think we should actively discourage the creation of certain types of content.
We do that though, and it doesn't work.
Okay.
You know, like, I feel like if you were more this is the thing. I feel like if Anthony Fantano was more explicit here, his debate opponent would not be saying this. Because it clearly works. It clearly works.
No, it does work because there are certain types of content that are illegal that would proliferate much more greatly and in ways that you couldn't even imagine if we just allowed it to flow out with no boundaries, no limitations, nothing.
I'm not saying no boundary. That's not, my point is not no boundaries. My point is holding people accountable without like completely, I don't know, separating the two, like just, I don't even know how to say this, man. It's just like, I don't like the aggression because the sides get more polarized. And all right, I'm sorry. Wait, I need to regroup. The point I wanted to make, and
his face here, dude. Like, this is the thing. Like, you, a guy who's watching Nick Fuentes on the regular. You're watching Nick Fuentes on the regular, my guy. Are talking about the dangers of polarization? Are you sure about that? You really care about that? Then why are you watching Nick Fuentes, my guy? Yo. God bless Anthony Fantano. Also, holy shit, Needle Drop followed me on Twitch. Appreciate you. Thank you very much.
the example I wanted to use specifically was, I don't know if you've seen recently that documentary on that kick streamer, that like heinous disgusting.
I don't know if you've seen that documentary on the kick streamer. My God, like, bro is not listening to himself. Just now, about 7 minutes ago. Hello, the Needle Drop. I like your content a lot. But like, you're talking about a documentary about a kick streamer, my guy. How far must you have fallen to be giving a single shit about that? Are you kidding me? Like, the people most known for being on Kick are like the worst humans alive. Are you kidding me? what? But think of that guy, am I right?
Disgusting guy.
Yeah,
yeah, honestly, okay, wait. I shouldn't say the worst humans alive because, of course, we all know they stream on BitChute. We all know they stream on BitChute.
guy who was basically collecting pictures of teenage girls naked.
So yeah, it's horrible that he has a platform to do that. But how did we?
My guy, you don't have to end by saying "but." Why are you saying "but" at the end of that? What are you doing, guy? I have no idea who this guy is. Does he have a large following? Does this guy have a large following? Are you kidding me? It's probably in the description. His video, How Politics Ruined Art.
I'm not gonna say.
Dupli. Okay, he has almost 100,000 subscribers. That's respectable. A respectable amount.
Do you recognize this man?
Oh, it's the guy who made this video. We maybe should have watched this video at the beginning. I feel like this guy has weird views on politics, bro. Like, just looking at the thumbnails here, like, my god. Free all guilty rappers. Alright, okay. I do have to say, it's very generous of Anthony Fantano to, like, have him on at all.
Why does Kick even exist? We have to go back. Twitch as a platform was extremely aggressive with like all their policies and enforcing, you know, politically correct rules, which is, I think it's cool, but
I think we can change his name from Dupli to Duplo. I think it would be fair to call him Duplo.
What's happened and what sort of happened in you know, as a result of that is you get this disgusting, heinous counterculture of Kick, of Rumble. You have these platforms who
he's clearly not advanced enough to be playing with Legos. In case you need it spelled out for you, okay?
But will enable people who behave like that, will enable people who say problematic things. And now, like, when otherwise you could have controlled that type of behavior, now it's just completely loose. It's just completely out of control. So I see that.
No, wait, I'm not.
Let me finish.
Dude's really trying to intellectualize Twitch banning gambling from the website. As if it's like some incredible moral stand that Kick exists, when it's funded entirely from casinos, just funneling basically infinite money into it. My god.
I'm not following you.
I see that streamer as a direct result of that.
I really don't get what you're saying. Are you saying that if he was allowed on Twitch, he would be able to be more easily controlled or something?
No, I'm saying because of Twitch's aggression and like draconian rules when it comes to like not saying anything problematic.
But
my god, I can exist on Twitch as a leftist. Like, what kind of draconian rules is he complaining about? Because I have a feeling it's not the same kind of draconian rules that, like, come down on people for, like, advocating for, like, worker rights or something. You know? Like, are these same draconian rules targeting people who, you know, are okay with Jewish people? Like, what are the draconian rules here, my guy?
He's not just simply saying problematic things. He's collecting what is effectively CP and posting it on a Discord.
Yeah, and he wouldn't have been allowed to do that on Twitch.
But he's doing it on another site. He shouldn't have been allowed to collect CP. What are you doing? What? Why? What? Why? Why are you doing? I don't understand. You sussy motherfucker.
Have they been less aggressive with their pursuit of justice? The point I'm trying to make is that Twitch would still be the predominant streaming platform if there wasn't so many people fed up with their fucking.
I mean, they're still technically the predominant streaming platform, from what I understand.
Technically, but Kick is a big problem. We can agree on that, right? We're not going to pretend like we disagree on that.
Yeah, but
what? My God, why? What is this hill you're dying on for literally no reason? Like, Anthony didn't put him on that hill, guys. He He just marched up that hill, planted his flag, and decided this is the hill I'm dying on today. For no reason. Why would you do that? Oh my god. Oh my god.
It's not a problem that doesn't exist because Twitch has rules.
I see that directly. I mean, what's his name? Trainwrecks TV. The reason he's the founder of Kick. The reason he even started Kick was because he was banned off Twitch, and he saw that as a direct opportunity. You know, fuck, there's so many people that have been banned over.
Does this guy not realize that he just like defended CP? Does he not? Is he like too stupid to realize that's what he just did? Like what the hell?
Realistically small stuff, not
okay.
major stuff.
Let me finish. No, I'm stopping you because it's an awful point. It's an awful point, and people in the chat are fucking cringing at what you're saying, bro. Listen,
I don't care what people think.
No, you should. This is a point where you listen.
But it was
listen. I'm stopping you before. I'm stopping you before. I'm stopping you before you harm yourself because you know. Yeah, I think
far too late for that. This guy has already hurt himself in his confusion. My god. I can't believe this is real.
Self-harm is against TOS on Twitch. Listen, just because we know for a fact, that the way that the economy on the internet works today and what's allowed and what's not allowed. Okay. Just because we know for a fact the fact that we don't allow the purchase and sale of certain things in the light, in what you would call like, you know, a white market, you know, just because we don't
purchase and sale of what things, like child pornography? Is that what you're referring to?
That could be one thing, or black tar heroin, or
I think it's a fine thing to bring up this context.
Slaves
no, that's
or
not
illegal
what I'm saying.
weaponry.
I'm not talking
no,
about directly.
listen to me. Listen to me.
Opinions.
You're not even listening to me finish my point. Just because we know the fact that we don't allow that in sort of like, you know, the regular markets on the internet, so on and so forth, and as a result of that, that pushes the sale and purchase of that stuff down into the dark web. Just because we know it creates a black market of sorts around that kind of stuff, around that kind of whatever you want to buy, whatever you want to purchase. Just because we know that exists doesn't mean that we should just start taking a softer approach with it in general society. Because, well, it's going to exist anyway down there in obscurity on the dark web. So we might as well just be like open to it.
No, like Anthony's actually really good at debating like this. Like, he doesn't do it a whole lot, but like when he does, he's coming out swinging, and that I respect that. I like that a lot. I respect it. What game am I playing? Cubed Mate. I'm playing Deep Rock Galactic Survival. It's kind of like a vampire survival game, and it's pretty Vampire Survivors. It's very good. I'm enjoying it.
It generally because it's going to exist anyway. You're completely ignoring you're completely ignoring the fact that there is potentially a sliding scale of exposure that goes on between just rejecting it and making it illegal to an extent and just allowing it to flow unquestionably. Like
I'm talking about the marketplace of ideas, though. I'm not talking about like black tar heroin, or it's a completely different.
No. It's not just the marketplace of ideas, because you're talking about a guy who makes a name for himself on Twitch, effectively creating a CP subscription service on his Discord.
Who?
He's not wrong though.
The guy on Kick?
Yes, the guy on Kick who we talked about. There's a little documentary.
Him specifically, he would be heinous anywhere.
But you specifically brought him up as an example. How are you not talking about him specifically?
I used him as an example because of the ripple effects of Kick existing
What?
of train wrecks transferring over to Kick, making Kick. That's the reason he was even enabled to do that. If
Yeah, but does he not realize that enabling someone to run like a CP ring is bad? My God, dude. I am assuming that here he's talking about like train wrecks. I'm not familiar with this like CP case that's being brought up here, but like, my God.
Twitch was a little bit more lenient with their approach of, I don't know, banning certain ideas that didn't align completely with, like, I don't know, leftist ideology, he wouldn't have been enabled to do that. He wouldn't have a platform as large as Kick, like he does right now, which is, by the way, not in the dark web. Kick is a large platform.
No, I know it's not in the dark web. I'm not saying it is.
And because of the ripple effects of that aggression, of that pursuit for justice, which you are participating in too, we now have this platform which enables people like him and other problematic people to do whatever they want with.
Why is that good? Why are you trying to argue that that's a good thing? I don't understand. What's your problem?
Without any rules. So now we have like a complete fucking lawless land of fucking.
Yeah, that seems like a bad thing.
Ignorance and problematic behavior.
Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the thing though. Here's the thing though. What you're not explaining and why what you're advocating for makes no sense.
Okay.
Is because ultimately what you're arguing here is because there are some rules which you've arbitrarily decided go too far. We need to have less rules and be more lenient, or else we might have a streaming platform at some point that's more obscure that gets made out of bitterness against Twitch, and there's people doing stuff on there that's even worse.
It's not just, it's symptomatic.
So what I'm asking you is how lenient do we need to be? How much do we need to just kind of like let go out of fear that somebody with a worse opinion or a worse type of content or a more abusive or a more destructive whatever is going to rise as a result of it? Like, do you not potentially see a future where just not having any boundaries around any of it actually ends up coming through with like the worst outcome here?
Like, I feel like he's.
I'm not saying you're.
I feel like this guy has already articulated the worst outcome, and just doesn't understand why it's bad. Trainwrecks was banned for gambling, not ideas. Yeah, but like, what then? Who is Anthony talking about when it comes to like the child pornography? Like that's the thing I don't understand yet. If I missed that, like that seems like entirely possible that I missed it. But like, a Kick streamer? Is it just a Kick streamer or like one of the big ones? Like, was that Aiden Ross? Wait, was that really Aiden Ross? Like, I knew he was bad. I didn't know like he was like CP bad. My God. Different streamer? Okay, well, all right.
You're going
because again, to go back to Alex Jones, there was a point on the internet where it was the Wild West, and we just kind of let people talk about and discuss whatever and make whatever accusations they wanted, and it resulted in the families of dead children being threatened multiple times and harassed mercilessly.
You're misinterpreting my point on purpose. You're misrepresenting.
No, I'm really not. Listen,
let me ask you a question. Am I saying that we shouldn't have any rules? Is that what I'm saying?
It is, because I don't know what you think the rules should be. You're not defining what the rules should be, because here's the thing. We could say hypothetically.
Wait, no, couple hundred to couple thousand CCV, Andy. I don't know what that means. The vid in question? Thank you.
Moment that I feel.
Oh my God, this is 47 minutes long? From something about chickens.
Like, should be studied by so many human psychologists. Because right now, Riot's brain cannot compute why this girl possibly wouldn't like his streams. He's also trying to figure out who could have possibly have told her that he's a streamer. And in the craziest display of luck and perfect timing, as he's still in this state of confusion, guess who connects with him again? Yo, man.
So this is Riot someone?
Twitter/X user, whatever you want to call it.
Okay, Riot lol. Gotcha.
And here's him about to get a girl that's clearly, let's say, not of age to expose herself live on his stream.
Gotcha. Cool.
Hypothetically, you know, you brought up the guy who there was that documentary about who was collecting the pictures of teen girls, right? Let's say that.
Wait, Aiden Ross also showed porn of minors on Kick? Okay, so basically Kick is the website where people are just showing pornography of minors. They're just blatantly showing like either minors pornography or they're showing child pornography. Cool. Two minors. Gotcha. Sorry, didn't mean to have the timestamp. Okay, I thought that was significant for some reason. Yeah, burn it down. Burn the entire thing down. My God.
That guy, let's say that fucking guy, because he's mad he can't do that on Twitch, starts his own Kick. Does that not then in your mind create an argument, well, maybe we should be more lenient about this stuff because he went off and created his own platform anyway? No, that doesn't make it okay. That doesn't mean that we should start having a softer approach with that shit.
The demand for a site such...
He's not massive, but has a couple hundred to a couple thousand average concurrent viewers and runs a paid Discord server where he collects CP and other explicit non-consensual content from Omegle that he secretly records after manipulating girls and women who don't know he's streaming. That man needs to be in jail yesterday. My God. What the hell? Like, someone submitted evidence of that to, like, the police, right? Like, he's being arrested as we speak, right? Omegle got shut down? Yes, it did. A while back. I hope? Jesus. My God. Like, I knew Kick was like a wretched hive of scum and villainy. I didn't expect it to include that level of exploitation. If I'm being completely honest. I expected it to have, like, the gambling shit. I didn't expect that level. I feel like people need to talk about that level more often, because I think people have, like, a weirdly calm demeanor when it comes to, or reaction when it comes to, like, gambling, that they don't when it comes to, like, child pornography. Gross. Omegle wasn't shut down. The owners just decided to not keep it running anymore. Well, yeah, because I imagine it's basically like, you know how, like, there are engines that create, like, demand for oil? I feel like Omegle was an engine that basically created a demand for lawsuits. Like, no wonder it got shut down. Almost like like I can't believe it ran for as long as it did without getting sued into oblivion. You know? The fact that it was able to last like 10 years, 12 years without being shut down by the lawsuits is frankly incredible. And I guess I don't mean that in a positive way. It's just kind of like, probably should have been shut down a lot sooner. Yeah, Omegle, yeah.
Such as that would be much lower if you were just to ban extremist people who are actually like extremely directly harmful to society, like Nick Fuentes, like Alex Jones, then if you were to like ban people like, I don't know, Ben Shapiro, like
Nobody's banning Ben Shapiro.
That's
okay,
not a
or-
problem.
Or even trying to. I mean, as noxious as Ben Shapiro is,
Destiny.
But the thing is, like,
yeah, that Destiny got banned for advocating for like massacring people at protests. Yeah. Like if you go on your stream and talk about how like protesters should be killed en masse, yeah, you're gonna get banned from like any platform.
the thing is, Destiny, in some of his worst moments, has advocated for and voiced very loudly some pretty heinous and violent shit.
Like what?
Oh wow. It would be a really stupid idea to repeat it on my stream right now, which I don't want to get banned from. So I'm not going to walk into that fucking rake, you moron.
That's a really sensible response. Also, I appreciate the reference to Sideshow Bob.
Like, like you can go and look it up on Twitter, on YouTube, on wherever, because I'm not going to come on stream here and repeat the stuff Destiny said that got him banned.
The way I understood it, it was on a much more moderate level than I'm like.
I've literally seen words come out of this man's mouth that unquestionably advocated for the murder and death and killing of people who, for his own personal ideological reasons, he found to be disagreeable. And that's not good.
You kind of do the same thing, don't you?
When has Anthony Fantano ever advocated for the death of anybody? My God.
No, I don't hop on stream and advocate for the death of others. No, I don't. Or else I would be in the same pool as Destiny right now.
Okay, but I mean, Destiny is a relatively moderate streamer. You wouldn't agree that he's politically like moderate, like relatively speaking.
I think he has his moments, but generally I don't really tend to classify people who, you know, advocate for systematic murder to be moderate. You know,
that's
not really.
Okay, that's not. You're missing. That's not. That's not true. Okay, it's okay. It's cool though. Yeah, the point being that if you ban people like that, moderates like that, there's going to be an increase.
But again, he's not moderate, and he went on stream and advocated for the killing of other people. That's not a moderate position.
I'm not sure about that.
Listen.
I've heard him talk. Hold on though.
No. I'm making a point here. You're conflating moderate. You're conflating moderate points of view with extremism. And I'm telling you that. Listen,
so he's an extremist?
Yes. It doesn't.
That's insane.
No, it's not, because here's my fucking point. Here's my point, and you're not listening to it, and you're not putting two and two together. The reason he's an extremist, it's not because I think his political points are so far outside of the Overton window that they can't be considered. You know, let's say a moderate position on, give me the most moderate Destiny position that you could think of.
Moderate Destiny position. I mean, he has a lot of like.
What's a super moderate thing that you think he believes in?
I think super moderate and super cool. Like, I mean, he's against transphobia, I guess.
Okay, let's say you're against transphobia, right?
All right.
If you're
I feel like it's not going out on that big of a limb to say that this guy does not give a single shit about transphobia.
If advocating against transphobia is gas chamber all the transphobes, that's not a moderate position, okay? Which would be an example of his opinions on the Black Lives Matter protesters who he was talking about on stream in that moment. He did not take a moderate position about not liking their presence there in the streets at that time. Okay. It was a very extremist position that advocated for their open murder. So
it was not humorous.
That's an example. There's literally video of it.
They should be murdered. That's what he said.
Yes.
These activists should be murdered.
Yes.
He said they should be MOWED down. Wantonly.
Down.
Yeah.
Man, I do have to say I should probably take some lessons from Anthony Fantano about like how to phrase things on stream, because I would just like straight up repeat what he said and rely on like the context of the situation to save me, and that's probably not the safest thing for me to do as like a trans streamer, as like, oh shit, I died. Fuck.
Okay, we should fact check that, but that's just one of many examples where relatively moderate people, even moderately Republican people,
Destiny is absolutely a neoliberal wet dream. My God. Like, I'll take him as an ally when it comes to, like, canvassing or, like, phone banking. Because, like, I care more about the outcomes of things rather than, like, the method, I guess. But, like, if we can avert a fascist takeover of democracy, I'll take the assistance, right? But, yeah, he's not my first choice, for sure. Don't you doubt my abilities! Let's go.
Got banned permanently, and not even necessarily for political points. It was like, I don't know, a nip slip or something like that. From it was small things that eventually added up to there being a huge demand for this alternative platform.
Listen, I'm gonna hit a bit of a reset button here because I'm more interested in some of your opinions here about like art and what you said in your video. To be honest.
All right.
I feel like we've gotten into the weeds of insanity here a little bit. And I just want to like ask you here to kind of get to because I see a lot of what you're saying in this video as kind of like an analog for a lot of Kanye fans feel around my Vultures 1 review and how people feel about the record generally in kind of a negative way. And you seem to, you know, again, kind of like take issue with this idea that, you know, he's not being given credit despite the fact that he's a generational artist, and you know, and you yourself acknowledge he said bad things and he's gone too far. And
the links in the description also said he's directly contributing to the rising number.
Yeah, no, I'm not denying any of that. You know, I'm not. You've acknowledged that he's done and said bad things. You know, I'm not saying that. What I'm trying to understand from your point of view is like, to what extent in your mind do we like owe it to the art or owe it to the artist to acknowledge what we perceive to be their greatness, their artistry, their whatever, regardless of how bad they or the messaging in the artist is, or the messaging in the art is? Because hypothetically, let's say like, I don't know, there was like, I run a YouTube channel, I review music, and I stumble across what's possibly the most racist band ever. Their content is even full of like violent imagery and advocating for like, you know, hanging people, so on and so forth. But you know what, the production goes hard. And you know what, and you know what, that Peggy beat on the record is insane. Like, do I owe it to the album to like talk about it and praise it and whatever, just because like I think it sounds kind of good?
That's an instance of where the problematic opinions are in the art. So that's
Kanye.
But it's in the art. He mentioned it in the review. He talked about how in the music there is like this anti-Semitic like lyricism. Like, you can't get away from that, my guy.
Trivializing anti-Semitism and saying that he's not racist, he just has a preference and says that his wife is a reference.
You don't think that's a slippery slope?
Well, wait a second. You don't think trivializing anti-Semitism and kind of laughing off his anti-Semitic comments as if they aren't anti-Semitic is not going too far? After he said, "I'm a Nazi and I love Hitler,"
and like
and
talking
so on
about
and so forth.
murdering people and hanging people, I think it's
okay, that's which I think is fair to an extent. I just want to understand like where the border is, like how much racial hatred and anti-Semitism on a song or a record is too much for you. Like, if it's just one bar, is it okay? If it's just the chorus and the verses don't have it in there, like, can we let it slide?
I don't interpret any of his.
I think this is a great argument to make in the face of like a guy who's like this, you know? Like, this guy is basically being real effing cagey about what level of anti-Semitism he's okay with, you know? And so I really like the tactic here to ask him, like, okay, like, what level are you okay with? Because I feel like that's a very fair question to ask in this circumstance.
His bars to be directly anti-Semitic. They may be referring to other people labeling him as anti-Semitic, and I don't want to be put in a position where I'm defending a fucking Nazi. Okay, I'm not.
Dude, you're literally defending a guy who sold swastika merch. What are you doing? What are you doing? He included a lyric in his song. about how he's not anti-Semitic because he had sex with a Jewish person. Like, what are you doing? I would never defend a Nazi, says man currently defending a Nazi. Jesus.
Defending Kanye in any way, but the point being is that
I'm not defending Kanye in any way, says man who came onto stream specifically to defend Kanye. Okay.
Like, it's a big difference. You can't conflate the two. Like, I have his bars written down actually.
Well, again, specifically, I'm not
trying
to say they're exactly the same. I'm trying to understand for you personally how far is too far, and what I'm guessing is. Again, Kanye saying in light of the anti-Semitic comments that he's made, and as you said, contributing maybe to this greater flow of hate crimes against Jews, laughing that off, saying like, yeah, man, I keep a few Jews on the staff. Yeah, man, I'm crazy and bipolar and anti-Semitic. Ha ha ha. Being like, oh, how could you say I'm anti-Semitic? I just fucked a Jewish bitch. Like, obviously for you, that's not too far. How much further than that could you go to where you're just like, okay, man, he's actually doing too much?
Yeah, if he directly said something anti-Semitic on the record, for sure. Just referencing.
I would say that, like, trying to say he's not anti-Semitic because he had sex with a Jewish person, I would say that's pretty anti-Semitic. My God.
The drama outside the art, for me personally, and I want to make this perfectly clear, I don't want to hold anybody else.
No, this guy absolutely came into this conversation completely unprepared to actually have the conversation, like he did not come in expecting any real kind of pushback, like it's kind of wild. I think he expected like the same kind of like argument of like, oh yeah, Kanye is the best. You're right. You're totally right, dude. You're totally right. Kanye is the best. And I retract all of my previous statements. Like, I feel like that's what he honestly came in here expecting.
To this standard that you must separate the art from the artist. I don't believe in that at all. I think you should be free to do whatever you want. If you want to boycott the art, sure, do that. I think it's cool. I think it comes from a good place, a moral place. But I just think it's unfair. It's unfair to like try to force that on other people, and unproductive to force that on other people.
But it's just arguing with other people.
But no one's forcing it on anybody, my guy. Like, Anthony just put out a review. Like, what do you think is being forced on other people? Having to, do you think like the force involved here is just having to see the review? Because that's not the same, actually. Ah, shit.
People and having opinions on the internet, forcing it on other people. Like, nobody outside of like, showing you their opinion on Twitter has any kind of mechanism to control the things that you say or listen to. Like, how is that making you do something that you don't want to do?
What? Sorry, can you repeat the point?
I got you, Paladin. Dude was not. Dude didn't come here to listen to arguments. You can tell. You can tell. Dude came to play. And Anthony came to win. Clearly.
You're saying that people shouldn't be sort of like forcing other people to, not consume Kanye's music or whatever? Because he's saying.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you this question. I actually want to know this. I'm coming from a completely good place. Like, what do you think your role in this exactly? Like, what are you trying to achieve with your sort of like holding Kanye accountable and going super hard on him and his fans? What exactly are you trying to? Where are you trying to get to with that?
I think I'm just kind of explaining the futility of just making a normal Kanye review around this record, because
I admire the fact that you called it unreviewable and you like didn't formally review the record. I admire that fact. I think that's great. I don't have a problem.
I don't have a problem with it, says man who clearly has a problem with it.
With that, but it's like, besides that, there was a lot of like, I saw you fighting on Twitter with with Kanye fans 24/7. Like, it was incessant.
Yeah, that's because Kanye fans keep coming after him. Anthony Fantano is not like trolling the internet to try and fight Kanye West fans. Dude has better things to do with his time.
It was to an extreme degree. And I think that was kind of unproductive and kind of ended up to more attention being created around the album, where people who maybe wouldn't have listened to the record were like, "Whoa, what is this drama?
I'm not under any delusion that there's anything that I could do to bring Kanye any more or any less attention."
Okay, so what is you don't have, so with you're just fighting with people out of it's fun for you? That's
well, I'm definitely calling it out, and I'm definitely pointing out that the well has been poisoned to the point where doing a normal
his job is to make arguments. Like, what, you're mad? You're mad that he advocates for his position? Like, what? His job is to have opinions about media. What? And you're mad about him having an opinion? That's crazy. What's wrong with you?
normal review of his stuff is pretty much futile. The reason I was fighting with Kanye fans is because a lot of them are kind of reiterating the straw man of my argument, which they think is Kanye bad, can't review Kanye, Kanye bad. When my actual argument is that his actions and his statements and his behavior have either solidified people against him or solidified the cult of fans around him to the point where you can't really have a level-headed discussion around him and his music without being called either biased or just being looked at by people who, you know, rightly see what he's saying and doing as disgusting and thinking like, well, even if it is good to an extent, I don't want to affiliate with it. I mean, you yourself said in your video that, personally, I mean, you know, look, I think you've come across here, even though we disagree, as, you know, like somebody who's at least approachable to an extent. I think it was kind of beneath you in your video for you.
That's extraordinarily generous of Anthony at this point in the conversation.
To kind of like, you know, put that section in where you were like, well, I mean, you know, I'll listen to the album because I'm not Jewish. It's not a big deal to me. I mean, I think that was kind of a super unflattering moment for you. And
yeah, I get what you're trying to say, but I wasn't necessarily talking. I mean, I was talking about myself, but I was talking about like the mentality. The point was like trying to show people the mentality of people who listen to the Kanye record. Like,
well, what I'm saying is like, you understand yourself that there are people who see his comments and see the content of the record and would rightly be personally disgusted because of their Jewish background or whatever and would want to avoid it. Yeah. So anybody, you know, like I said in my video, who comes from that background would rightly look at me even saying like, hey, there's some pretty decent stuff about some of the songs on this album, which I've acknowledged on stream and so on and so forth. But rightly, those people would see that commentary and think like, well, ultimately, what does that matter? Because like, obviously his commentary on my heritage and my faith are so disgusting that I wouldn't want to affiliate myself with it anyway. So it's like, do you kind of understand how, you know, doing a normal review of this record kind of puts me in a position where I'm between two sides of people that don't really want to hear anything critical about it to begin with?
I like what you did. I'm not against what you did. I'm not like,
I'm not saying you are. I'm just asking you if you sort of understand why I would feel that way.
I understand why you feel that way. That's what I started off with. I understand why you feel the way you feel. And I think it's okay for you to feel the way you feel. The question is,
the issue is I don't believe that. I don't believe that this guy thinks it's okay to dislike Kanye, because otherwise he wouldn't be here. If he believed what he was saying here, he wouldn't be in this conversation. Like, your presence in the conversation here contradicts your point.
how do we combat that? How do we combat this issue and like come to like, I don't know, a productive solution, like come to a compromise of sorts, and not just like continue bashing, shitting on like everybody who said anything positive about the record, and vice versa. Those people who, the Kanye fans, just shitting on you. You're a fucking idiot. You're not a good critic. Like it's both sides of the coin are unproductive, even though one may be more morally correct than the other. Both are unproductive and eventually lead to more polarization.
Was that a like a? I feel like he just made a concession. I feel like he just admitted that his position is basically untenable, morally speaking.
And that's my issue with this.
I think you're just
let me finish. The reason why I made the whole video and the approach I take usually with my videos is, even though obviously I have a certain, I'm not a fence sitting centrist. I have a certain.
Okay. What's his point? I'm so confused because he criticizes Fantano for going hard on Kanye fans from his justified review, but also has no problem with Fantano's position and him having critiqued Kanye's art. Well, the thing is, I don't believe that he actually is here and respects Fantano's position. I think that he actually has a lot of problems with the fact that Fantano justifiably called out Kanye's anti-Semitism. You know? He's literally a fence sitter. He doesn't know it, but I would argue he's not a fence sitter. I think he's chosen a side. And I feel like that's been demonstrated throughout the entire review. Also, is there any freeze frame throughout this entire review where, like, Anthony's face is not entirely relatable? Like, I feel like this right now. The face he's making, I feel it. I feel it in my bones. Hey, Fenry, how you doing? God. I'm enjoying this. Also, I'm still not over the fact that Anthony followed me on this stream. That's crazy. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm just going to say thank you again in case you're still lurking. On my drunk ass. Okay, that does make much more sense when you put it that way. I'm glad it does. I feel like having had this entire bottle of scotch does not do me any favors when it comes to being eloquent. So, thank you.
Ideology and certain political opinions I hold, I always try meeting people in the middle, right? I want to approach my videos with to a degree where like a Republican could watch it and look at it like, okay, this guy is not just like completely saying fuck you. He's actually made some good points. Maybe I should think about this a little bit.
Yeah, maybe if you're making your content specifically because you're afraid of what Republicans would think, maybe your content isn't worth watching. You know, like, if you're really concerned about editing yourself so that conservatives can watch your content without feeling like maybe they're being pointed out as the bad guys, maybe that's a weakness of your content that you should address. Like, I feel like this is a point where you should recognize you've failed. You've failed your audience. You have failed your, I don't know, duty as a content creator by editing yourself specifically to appeal to Republicans, you know? Drunk stream? Chat donated a lot of money to make me tipsy. But you're still a cutie. Shake that manatee ass. Shake, 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 shake. He's not recognizing anything here. Well, yeah, this guy that Anthony is talking to is like professionally out of his depth. And he doesn't realize it, you know? Also, just a reminder, every time you guys throw subs or donos my way, I will say, awooga! So, I don't know, if you want to spice up stream a little bit, I will debase myself for money. I'm not too good for that.
You know, and that's all I'm trying to do with my videos at the end of the day. Now, I can concede to the fact that a lot of my thumbnails and a lot of my titles are like inflammatory, like baity, disgusting to a degree. And yeah, that's unfortunate, but unfortunately.
Wait, why are you saying it's unfortunate? Like it's something you don't have any control over. Like it's something like you just oh man, it just wound up that way. No, nothing I could do about it. Nope. Just you know, it's just the Lord's plan. Just wound up that way, you know? Why are you saying it like that? Why are you saying it like you had no say in what your positions are? Or what your
Unfortunately,
thumbnails
that's
are.
the best way to drive people to my content. And I feel like my content being as nuanced and as unbiased and as good faith as it is, I don't have a problem with like baiting people into watching it when
I feel like his content is not as nuanced as he might think it is. I'm just spitballing an idea here. Gonna take a shower and go to bed. Good night, Smelanie. Thanks for joining us. Hope you enjoyed your stay.
that might give them a more neutral perspective on things, radicals from both sides. So that's how I live with myself at the end of the day.
Okay, I mean, I'm sorry to pop your bubble here a little bit, but I mean, I'm sorry, but you personally are not unbiased in any sense, and you're not presenting an unbiased perspective in, from what I can see, any of your content.
I take that back. I can see that.
That's not the case. And
I understand that.
What you even expressed just now is a bias of sorts, because the thing is, you know,
I take that back. I'm not unbiased. I'm not unbiased.
Okay.
Sorry I said
that. But let me finish my point. I let you finish yours.
Okay.
Even embracing centrism for centrism's sake is a bias of sorts. You know, just because you're landing in the middle of 2 points doesn't mean you're unbiased or that it's effectively the best option in that scenario. I mean, when you're between...
I like Anthony so much. Like, there's a rare quality in being able to understand, and like, maybe this is because I exist, like, on the far left, right? Like, I'm a socialist. But being able to recognize that centrism isn't a radical position to have, being able to recognize the fact that, like, you trying to adhere between these two options is not actually, like, beneficial. That's an advanced level of understanding of, like, politics that Anthony has and this other guy does not, right? Like, I'm not trying to be, like, up Anthony's ass about this, right? Like, it's just like, in my line of work, there are so many centrists who act like being a centrist is like a positive attribute, as if they are not just supporting the status quo. And like, if you're a centrist, I'm here to tell you, you are supporting the status quo. You're not in favor of, like, good things. You're just in favor of the same things. That's what being a centrist is. You don't actually believe in anything. You just sit there like a sea sponge, passively absorbing the nutrients of the ocean and passively hoping that that delicate balance is always preserved. You know? Radical centrism is just delusion. And it's a delusion that by being a centrist, you are enacting some kind of radical politics. You're not. You're not. You're just uneducated and unopinionated. And you think you have it relatively good right now. And your radical centrism is basically just a gigantic middle finger to every marginalized person, every person marginalized by economy, by society, by whatever other metric you would like to use. It's not cool. It's just lazy and uninformed. And God bless Anthony Fantano for at least knowing or instinctually recognizing that fact.
The polar opposite positions of we should, have segregation and we should allow everybody and anybody to sort of live freely in modern society. We don't try to land somewhere in the middle of those 2 points because it makes us feel good and fuzzy inside, because we're like, well, I'm reasonable and I see the points of both sides. No, the correct position is we allow people to be free. Like, that's the correct position.
Based.
Like, there are points there are points where centrism doesn't make sense. I understand.
I'm not saying I'm a centrist. The way I'm approaching it is from a place of understanding and trying to reach every side of the spectrum. And I think that's a lot more productive than just sticking to your side and condemning everybody who's like a little bit more close.
What I'm saying is, like, on a case-by-case basis, there are some positions and points of view that point blank period are condemnable, and
I agree with that.
And you don't need to sort of like see their point, And again, I'm not saying that's always the case for everything all the time. I'm just saying, especially in this specific case, where we are talking about stuff that is in reference to and has parallels to Nazism.
Yeah.
Okay. It's worth taking a staunch position and being like, you know what, this is like bad.
This is okay. I did that. I also did that in the video, but the point I'm trying to make is we both think it's bad. Okay, so we're on the same side.
Okay, it's bad. It's bad, but the fact it's bad.
How do we combat that? How do we combat that in the most effective way possible, in the most pragmatic way possible, in a way where people can actually like fucking come to an agreement on things, that where the sides don't just get more polarized and a kick gets created and a Donald Trump gets elected president. I want to meet people.
But here's the thing,
understand them, and then like also.
Who's he talking to? A dude called Dipley or Dupley? But you can call him Duplo.
Hey, Kanye is also a fucking
because he is not building a Lego set. I can tell you that much.
Nazi. What I say in the video, like, okay, I understand where you're coming from, but also Kanye.
Dingus is also acceptable. I agree. Kanye
is a piece of shit Nazi. Here's links. He's affected directly hate crimes on Jewish people. So I feel like I'm being really responsible in that way, where I'm not just like completely throwing away the other side, but reeling them in and then educating them on these things. Okay, I feel like that's a lot more effective and responsible than what a lot of other people do. And that's it.
I mean, I agree that you are kind of giving some of the people watching that video context, but simultaneously you sort of take almost like a nihilistic or, careless kind of perspective on, well, there's no point in quote unquote doing anything about it because it's not like you're 12 or 15.
Ah, yes. Radical do-nothingism. My God, you are... Oh, yeah, you recognize the problems in society, but God forbid you do anything about it. My God. Just don't do anything. You'll be a goddamn hero. I hate people like this, man. I feel like this is like who I fight against every single time I stream. Like I fight against the idea of like apathy being radical. Like the idea that like doing nothing is just like, oh man, that's the coolest thing. You know? It's frustrating. It's sad. I wish people cared more.
Or whatever amount of streams that you might give to a Kanye record, it's not like that means anything. And ultimately, if you're not a perfect person, then, you know, as Jordan Peterson says, you shouldn't be trying to put forward effort to fix the world anyway, because you can't fix or, you know, sort of like, you know, improve your own shit.
Well, okay. What I was trying to say with that is people who endorse polarization and kind of like encourage it and reinforce it, I think have a lot of things they should fix. That's honestly how I feel. Okay. You should always be looking for a compromise. You should always be looking to come from a place of understanding. I'm going to use this as a reference point. So the way you responded to my video was like, you can't think, which I think it was really unnecessary, which obviously you have strong opinions on this and you can articulate them very well. But like, what's the point in like saying I can't think? How should I feel about that? Like if someone was less mature, which is fucking 97% of the internet, in my shoes, they would have been like, fuck Fantano. I'm going to go bump that new Kanye. Fuck that dude, you know? So.
Yeah. And like you totally can if you want to. You can go pump that Kanye anytime you'd like. No one's telling you you can't.
I don't see what you're exactly trying to achieve by like insulting people. Like, what is it that you're doing?
It's not insulting people. It's accurately diagnosing people. My God. Like, wake up.
Exactly. I don't understand how you can say I'm not doing anything. What are you doing exactly to like put steps forward towards a better day?
Okay. I mean, this is sort of like a much wider debate than what we're actually having here. But it's my position at the end of the day when I see, and this goes for me and other people who sort of comment on politics regularly on the internet. You know,
oh, hey, that's me. I commentate on politics regularly on the internet. Tell me the truth, oh truth sayer. Hey, Chris Huggy.
And this also sort of applies to people who are right-wing as well, because there's no shortage.
Man, just real quick. It'd be really convenient if, like, people would raid into stream. Ah, shit.
You know, also sort of applies to people who are right-wing as well, because there's no shortage of right-wing commentators who, you know, sort of spend their days on the internet roasting anybody.
Yeah, you know, usually I'm someone who can be taken somewhat seriously, but, you know, when I'm dressed as a manatee, I feel like there's a limit to how many people I can reach with my political commentary. I'm trying my best, though. I hope you know that I'm trying my best. Always. Even if I'm being silly about it, I hope you guys know I'm trying my best.
Who could be understood as left-wing. Is that not also inoculating those people to their positions and making it difficult for anybody to see their side of the aisle? See, here's the thing at the end of the day, for me personally, I don't go into these conversations or go into these commentaries, you know, whatever you want to call them, roasts, which, you know, that very much was in the case of saying when you make a think piece, but you can't think. I don't go into any of that thinking you're going to read that and be like, oh, maybe I'm the one who's wrong. You know, no, that's I didn't think you were going to see that and have that reaction, and that's ultimately not my goal either. My interest mostly, and especially in light of the Kanye video, is not that Kanye fans see what I'm saying and they're converted. It's that you guys completely freak out as a result of my very level-headed and sort of like, you know, basic principled position on this, and you basically throw a multi-day temper tantrum. And yeah, you could say, oh, Anthony was fighting with these people on Twitter. Yeah, if you look at the replies, there's literally Nazis in there and people ask me if I'm Jewish. Like, to the silent majority of normal people.
The amount of passion you show every stream, it's impossible not to see that you're trying your best. I am trying my best. You know? Like, it's been especially hard. The next Benedict story has been really difficult for me. So difficult I haven't talked about it yet. But if we make it to the end of this, I will talk about it. But I appreciate all of you who show up every day for my streams. Like, I know it's a bit silly when I get a bit tipsy and I'm in a manatee onesie. I know it's silly. But, like, part of the reason it's silly is because, like, the world's a bit easier to manage if it's silly, you know? It's a bit easier to talk about how, like, for the last month, every single day I've woken up to different states trying to pass legislation to make people like me illegal. Or, you know, some sort of statement from a political figure that makes it seem like I'm a pedophile or whatever. Makes it a bit easier to be a bit silly about it. So I hope you guys understand that even when I'm not being like the most serious, it's still serious business. Thanks for being here, everybody. I appreciate it.
People.
Wait, it helps me consume for real without people like Jack helping us laugh through this. It would be much darker. Venus Bloodflow, I really appreciate hearing that. Because sometimes, like, I'm not gonna lie, sometimes, like, it's really difficult for me to come to stream and just talk about the news, you know? I try to play it off like it's not. But it's really hard. Day in, day out. Where people are advocating that people like me shouldn't exist. You know? It's really hard. You're very entertaining. I've already learned a lot from you in such a short time. Well, Crystal Hazer, I appreciate that I can, like, help. You know? That's all I want to do with my life, you know? Like, I have a very simple desire. And it's just to help. I want to be someone who helps and not someone who hurts. It's very straightforward in that way. Venus Bloodflow, thank you for the tier 1 sub. And in the interest of being completely honest and holding to my word. Oh, God. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. Stay silly, everybody. I feel like no matter what the world takes from you, you can always be silly. You know? You help me understand things I never would have known. I appreciate that. And I along with you, Charlie, I salute you, fellow tipsy warrior over there. All right, let's keep going. I see it, Jack, and I value what you do. Thank you, Salmon Moose. I appreciate it a lot. A lot. Thanks. The silliness is kind of what keeps me sane. The ability to just shoot the shit with y'all is kind of the stability that helps me keep it all together. I feel that. I feel that as well. Dragon Fandango, thank you for the 100 biddies. I appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. I'm just now realizing the manatee suit matches the avatar. Well, I used to do the manatee Jack thing a lot more frequently. But then I put it on the back burner because I felt like it might be more special if I broke it out on special occasions, you know? And I think that's true. I think you guys appreciate the special occasions. Hey, German Cow. German Cow, you've been here the entire goddamn time. Special shout out to German Cow. My God. You've been here for almost 8 hours. In the words of Amber Frost, fwa fwa. Actually, that might have been Jamie Peck. I would prefer Jamie Peck out of the two of them. Grow something this year, folks. Ornamental peppers are great. Something like Black Pearl or Medusa are great for small containers. Honestly, I think that's a great suggestion, Michael. Like, keep something alive. You know, even if it's not like, you know, like an abstract concept like hope, keep something alive. Whether it's a dog or a cat or a fish or a plant, keep something alive. Because I feel like there's something special about keeping something alive during dark times. Keep something alive. Or a relationship. True. Make sure you give your partner the water and attention they need, you know? You know, whether it's your partner, your inner child, your curiosity, keep it alive. Keep yourself alive first and foremost. I feel like that goes without saying, but keep something else alive too. Because on the days where it's hard for you to get out of bed, where it's hard for you to keep yourself alive, having something else to keep alive helps a lot. Have something that gets you out of bed in the morning. Water your partner, kiss your houseplants. True, Fenry. I like that. Maybe read up if you need like an injection of like, I don't know, something small scale and radical you can do on your own. Read up on like anarchist gardening or something. And then just like spread a bunch of fucking apple seeds all over your town. You know? Be inconvenient in the most glorious way possible. grow tits instead. Hey, you know, if you gotta grow tits, grow tits. If you gotta grow apples, grow apples. If you gotta grow pears, grow pears. Grow something. You guys are really lovely. I hope you take the time today to appreciate yourselves. Grow a lot of apples. Hey, 10-letter name. Where is Lotta Apples? Haven't seen them in a while now. I miss them. And if you ever wonder if you're being missed anywhere, just remember that I remember you guys. I might not know your real names, but I remember your usernames. And I always wonder where you guys go. I always hope you go on to bigger and better things. But if you ever wonder if you've had an impact on the world, just know you've had an impact on me. You know? Like, I'm not joking. Like, I get on this website and I stream 5, 6, 8, 9 hours a day. I get on this website and I see your usernames and I do wonder where you guys go sometimes. I always hope you're doing okay. God, I'm such a gay. So you better do fucking okay when you're not here. I was so surprised when you asked me where I'd been when a good 4 to 5 months had passed. I do wonder where you guys go. Not kidding about that. Y'all are some of the people I spend the most time with in the world. And I know that might sound like a weird thing to say, but it's true. So if you ever wonder if someone cares about you, I fucking care. I care. Yeah, probably a little bit parasocial Reno, okay? Sorry. Not blowing smoke up your ass when I say we can make it better together, you know? All right, let's keep going here.
Nazis in there, and people ask me if I'm Jewish. Like, to the silent majority of normal people who observe that, they're like, whoa. And I've gotten tons of comments about this. These people are fucking freaks.
So
I don't want to have anything to do with that.
I
So
see what you're
just
saying.
like Kanye, you guys are further inoculating normal people to entering into the fan base because you're dogpiling.
How much of that was booze talking? Not that much, if I'm being honest with you guys. Like, I wonder where you guys go. Legitimately.
On me.
Anonymous gifter, thank you for gifting a sub to Move On Jenkins. I appreciate it. It's not even like it's not a truth serum, guys. I genuinely worry about you guys. It's, if anything, it's not the booze, it's the autism. You know, like, I genuinely want to know you guys are okay. When I say you guys are the gay friends living in my computer, I'm not kidding about that. Omega Star, thank you for the $4.99 super chat on YouTube. Venus Bloodflow, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. But like, yeah, you guys are good eggs, and you're here because you care. You know? You're here because you care. And like, that's a rare and precious thing, you know? You guys are rare and precious things. actually here for the manatee costume. Well, good. It's here for you too. Oh, God. I'm glad some of you guys are too stubborn to die. Cause I wonder sometimes when you guys don't show up if like the reason you're not showing up is because you're not okay. So I'm glad a lot of you are too stubborn to die, you know? Fjarl, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I appreciate that immensely. My God. Awooga, 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 awooga. There you go. I did promise I would do that. I did promise. You know? But the thing is, and I just want to make sure you guys know, I would say all the same things without the alcohol. Future reference, if I don't show up, it'll be because my son is being needy. He can't grasp things yet, but that day is coming soon, and I'll be a busy mom and then. Yeah. I understand, Crystal Hazer. I understand. For a reason I'm not gonna tell today, but maybe someday. I'm okay, but if I'm ever not, y'all will be the first to know. I appreciate it. Pretty sure I only missed stream because of COVID and workaholism. I feel that. If I drop for like weeks, y'all better check on me. They might have committed my ass. Well, I hope they don't. And I know, Fenry. I know this doesn't always fit in your time zone. I bridge a lot of time zones with when I usually stream, you know? Poke me on Discord if you worry about me too much. I appreciate it. Well, be. Just know we're all here for you, okay? And like, more so than just myself, I want to make sure that this community that we've built together is here for all of you. You know? I want to make sure that this is that this is a group of people you can rely on, you know? Whether it's because you need like a couple extra bucks to like afford groceries, or like you just need someone to talk to, you know? I want this to be a community that we build together that is there for you for that, you know? Because I know that all too often, there's not enough social support IRL for a lot of us. And I know I can't step in all the time to help you guys, and that sometimes breaks my heart. But I hope that sometimes one of y'all can step in. You guys helped me when me getting a dentist sorted, and I'll never forget y'all stepped up when my family cast me out. Yeah. And I hope that this is a place y'all can turn to. There's a lot of cracks and a lot of broken mamas' backs. And I hope that this is a place y'all can turn to when there are the cracks and the broken mamas' backs. It breaks my heart a little bit that, like, I can't step in and fix all the problems for you guys. Just know that I want to. And my hope is that I'm assembling a community that also wants to. Been here less than an hour. It's the most wholesome stream I've seen in years. Well, you know, that's just another day for me, I guess. Please announce, I was a sports medicine professional for a few years, so if anyone gets an injury, they can message me on Discord, and I'd be happy to help however I can. For sure. Folks, message Crystal Hazer from the community Discord if you need any like physical therapy help, for sure. Or if you need any like sports medicine professional help. I know that that's kind of wide. I first joined your Discord when you got the community together to deal with revelations about someone we thought was a good political streamer. That support as a community was so important. Well, Dame Karen, I hope the community has gotten together a little bit better since then. And for my part, if you're hungry in the Seattle area, I'll cook you something. Another friend of the channel can attest to my cooking skills. True. BBBBB is like one of the best cooks I know. They'll make you like probably the best dinner of your life. I think about this all the time, but if I had one wish, I'd wish for a world where we wouldn't have to deal with the hate and the bigotry, just be loved by everyone. Sometimes it feels dire and doom, but having the hope that one day it all changes someday keeps me going. And Trans Girl Jade, I think we can make it. You know? I think we can make it. I know day to day it seems really far away, but I think we can make it. And I'll keep saying it every day. Did you sploosh around in the bathtub for a bit? No, I just drank some water and peed. But my god, my breasts look amazing in this outfit. This top is great. Looking cute was hard. Getting a layered haircut changed things for me. Maybe that's what I need. I'm the same way. I think once you start to try, you start to worry, but you shouldn't worry too much about it. You look great. Thank you. All right. Let's finish this needle drop debate. Let's go. I need coffee. Always.
Calling out the fact that there's weird anti-Semitic stuff on the record and that things have become so poisoned well-wise that you can't really have a normal discourse around the album. I'm not really trying to convince you or convince Kanye fans to believe me. I'm showcasing to other people who aren't already in the cult how freakish all of this is, and they're objectively seeing the reality of that as a result of the reaction of what I did.
So what I take away from what you just said is, so you look at the extremists, like the worst people, like the scum of the earth, and you kind of take that minority and kind of apply that energy to Kanye's entire fan base. Is like, those tweets are public,
no.
those tweets are for everybody to see. You're kind of grouping all these people together, and I don't know.
It's people who are aware of Kanye's anti-Semitism. Like, if you're aware that someone is like a neo-Nazi or anti-Semitic, you kind of waive your ability to, like, I don't know, I guess, like, judge them. I'm hiccuping, I'm sorry.
No, it's just, I don't think it's productive in any sense. Again, I understand what you're doing, and I think for you that's great, and your intentions probably are in the best place. But I mean, I don't know what your intention was when you wrote that. Like, to me.
Listen, keep in mind.
Wait, let me finish. I don't know what your intentions were when you wrote that to me, but what ended up happening.
I just told you the intentions, but okay.
You didn't have any intentions, but that's what ended up happening. I feel like you have a responsibility to try to understand how people are going to react to what you say. You can't just put shit out there and say, okay,
no, I know.
Wait, let me finish.
I knew how you guys would react. You had the reaction that I thought you would have.
It doesn't matter.
It's weird. It's weird that you think the reaction that happened wasn't the one that I intended.
What you intended doesn't matter. Okay. It's what ends up happening in the end after you put out there whatever you put out there. That's what really matters. That's what has the real effect on people. Like, for example, boom. I mean, Tom McDonald can make a song about equality.
Man, it is really weird. Hash hash. Oh God, how this guy Duplo puts more responsibility on Anthony Fantano for his messaging than on Kanye for his. Like, my God.
But if the hook is just screaming white people, which he actually has a song, then that's not what people are going to consume it as, right? That's not how people are going to interpret it. You know, maybe he can say, oh, I had the best intentions in the world, but in the end, that's not how it's going to be consumed by other people. People are going to see it as an attack. People are going to consume it as a racist anthem. That's what's going to end up happening. So even though you probably have the best of intentions, the way you see them through is something I completely disagree with, and I think is counterproductive to today's society and today's political divide and everything.
Okay, I think we're getting to the central point of what you're arguing here, and you know, here's the thing. I think on some level you're arguing, and this kind of goes back to an initial point you made in your video. Like, there is an absolute inability to give shitty people any sort of recognition, and it sort of seems like in your mind, our inability to do that, what you read.
It's true. I do need more kelp. It will help.
It has an inability for us to do that, me to do that, anybody. Just makes people more extreme and has more extreme outcomes.
Well, okay, that's kind of a reductive way of.
Well, I don't disagree on being reductive to some extent, but I'm really trying to like boil down what your belief.
Oh my God!
Donating for some nice late night entertainment.
Tier Star, thank you for the $10 dono. Awooga! I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hiccups. Why are the hiccups happening? Kelp help. Kelp help, chat.
Belief is so I can like pinpoint it and then say my piece on it. So
well, my video was made in a way it's not just
if that's too reductive of.
Yes, the onesie does come with the kelp. It's much cuter when you know it comes with the prop.
point, what additional context is there to understand what you're trying to get at?
My belief is that, okay, if you can't give credit to shitty people, for you, if that's where you stand, that's okay. That's okay. But the problem arises when you try imposing that on other people. That's when you see this counter effect happen. That's when you see the polarization happen. I think it's fine that you think that and you believe that.
Okay, and what's the bad result of the polarization? What happens as a result of the polarization? What's the downside of that?
What's the downside of that?
Yeah, well, don't just laugh at it. I really want you to know, in your view, what is the downside of the polarization that you think is so bad? What is the downside?
Well, we can't have no normal conversations. People just react to things based on what group they're in.
Okay, and what's the downside of that? What happens is people are on different sides. They disagree.
Yeah, like what is the outcome? This shouldn't be a hard question.
Can't see eye to eye. What's the result of that? What happens from there then?
People don't listen to each other and they don't connect in any way. And then each side gets more and more radicalized. That's part of why Trump is probably going to be elected.
Okay, well, that's what I'm saying. It's like you're saying that bro, that was my point. Are you saying like the disagreement and the polarization just makes people more radicalized? Is that your point?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's it. Just the raw radicalization is ultimately
the
like
raw
the end here.
radicalization and how we combat that. How do we prevent that from?
The boys at Leftist Mafia sent me. Welcome, Trip Lee. How you doing? I know appearances may be deceiving, but I promise I am a socialist. You're just not coming at me at the on the best of occasions. I'm not ideally positioned, and I'm weirdly hiccuping a lot, which isn't great for my first impression ability.
From happening, let's be reasonable about these things. Let's not just attack.
Okay, but like you see that there are some positions and beliefs that you can't.
There are some positions. There are some positions.
Socialist,
there's
indeed.
nuance to everything, but you get.
I want the workers to own and control their own workplaces. Okay, that's my political ideology in a nutshell.
What I'm trying to say in the grand scheme of things. You understand what I'm trying to say?
No, I don't, because the thing is, what I'm trying to get from you, is like, where is the line when things become so extreme and so heinous and so ridiculous that we don't need to come to an agreement? We don't need to find the middle. We don't need to compromise. Like, when do things get so far that we're just like, this is too gross, we can't accept it? Because, like we couldn't look, I feel dumb bringing it up, but it's not like it's not coming out of Kanye's mouth. Like, you understand how we couldn't look at Hitler, Germany, 1940s and be like, maybe there's like, a middle ground here. You know what I mean? Like, obviously that was something that needed to be thwarted.
God, can I just say I'm so glad we decided to cover this content today? Like, there's just something so refreshing about it. Like, there's something so great about just watching like, Anthony Fantano be Anthony Fantano, But unions is the best we can do now, realistically, so focus on that. True! However, you have just triggered my true form. You see, I don't believe unions are the best thing we can do right now. The best thing we can do right now are democratic worker co-ops. And there are several ways we could achieve a transition to a democratic worker co-op system. Number one, we bring back postal banking. Number two, wait, I should explain postal banking. Number one, postal banking. Postal banking was a system of banking we had in the United States until the 1960s. And then it was abolished in favor of privatized banking. So, my proposal is that we bring it back. Turn every post office in America into a bank. That sounds ambitious, but you know what? It expands banking services to every person in America, something that is not currently available under a privatized system. Number two, we decide to put a loan program in place. We put a loan program in place through the postal banks, a federalized loan program. It's really, really great. How is it different from a credit union? It's different from a credit union insofar as it is controlled by your democratic processes in a way that credit unions are not. So basically, credit unions are just benevolent banks. Benevolent banks are great. But you know what? You know what's even better than a benevolent bank? A bank that is democratically beholden to you, the voter. So, we have a federalized loan program through the postal banking services. There's a number of reasons for this we can get into if you want, but basically the government is incentivized to provide loan programs to create democratic worker co-ops, largely because democratic worker co-ops are more transparent with their taxes. They don't vote to move jobs overseas or generally anywhere because they're democratic worker co-ops, and democratically the workers aren't going to vote to move all of their jobs someplace else. Number 3, then we gather data. We gather data on the democratic worker co-ops that are created locally by these postal banking services. It's not flashy, it's not sexy, but you know what? It gets us valuable data of how democratic worker co-ops function outside of the generally dominated agriculture sector in which democratic worker co-ops tend to form due to a prevalence of capital in those sectors. Now, what do we do once we have the data? Answer: Bernie Sanders' program. The right of first refusal to large corporations. Now, Bernie Sanders had a proposed piece of legislation that would essentially, anytime a large private business would like to sell to another large private business or publicly owned business, publicly traded business, first, that business would have to be offered to its workers. I think this is a great idea. We can institute this largely, I think, without a lot of problems. But I have one caveat. And that caveat is if the government needs to step in to bail out a business, that business should be converted to a democratic worker co-op. Again, due to the aforementioned, benefits to, transparency, the lack of, shipping jobs overseas, etc. Now, with these two plans in place, I have faith in the democratic worker co-op to essentially outcompete privately owned corporations over a long period of time. What I've just described to you is creating the political and lawful vice that will slowly crush down private capital until it is democratically controlled across the entire United States. And from there, we can work on expanding that to the rest of the world and thus change the fundamental model of our economy. The fundamental model of our economy. Move from a privately owned business model to a democratically owned business model. And that will fundamentally change so many things about our society that I think it would be worth pursuing. Sounds like anarcho-syndicalism? It's a step towards that, for sure. There are still a lot of additional steps that would need to be taken, like federalized food banks, like the decommodification of housing, like the decommodification of power and heat and cooling. There'd be a lot of other things that we would need to do in regards to social safety nets, but basically my proposal is not necessarily to get us to the anarcho-communist utopia of luxury space communism, but my proposal is to get us from where we are now to a democratically owned economy. And I think that is such a profound shift that we would need to answer a lot more questions once we arrived at that point. I know it's not enough, but I think those are really, really solid preliminary steps to get us to where we want to go. Anyway, that's That's my proposal. I think it's a pretty good one. As far as my proposals go, nationalized banks. That's basically what we're doing with postal banking. Oh God. Democratic co-ops do work, but right now the issue is they have a hard time competing with the very large main corporation structures that exist right now. So the immediate hurdle is, how do we get them to have enough power to push on to the top? Well, so that's kind of the reason my approach is kind of tiered in the way it is. Because a lot of the data we have on democratic worker co-ops is, generally speaking, related to the agricultural sector, where business owners and like people who are democratically owning their company already have kind of the capital built in order to band together to form these co-ops. So what part of the postal banking loan program would be doing would be gathering the data in order to create sustainable small-scale business practices that wouldn't necessarily be interested in being sold out to large-scale corporations, right? So you'd build up a base of knowledge on how to effectively run these small-scale corporations that are democratically owned, and then you'd be able to kind of use that baseline of knowledge to build larger-scale ones with this kind of like economic vice, right? And I think a really important part of that would be introducing the idea that if a company needs a corporate bailout, that's something I think that helps the people at the top of that company who would be out of a job, but they'd have their golden parachutes, you know? But the workers would then wind up owning that corporation. And using the data that we have from the smaller scale ones, we could apply that to the larger scale ones and allow that to be kind of a self-sustaining model, essentially. So the hurdle that you're talking about of pushing onto the top, that's the second part of the plan, where we have the top-down approach. Because basically the idea that I would like to put forward is the idea that it's very hard for us to keep the left-leaning gains that we make via our very hard-fought wins in the political realm, right? So you want to establish a bottom foundation for this economic transition. But then, after you have the data, you want to put a top on it. And then you turn the screws until there's no more private capital left. And the reason I'm talking about, like, for example, postal banking, is because I think you could create a system of postal banking that would be largely self-sustaining and self-funding, which would then put it beyond the grasp of, like, if Republicans came into power and wanted to defund it, for example. You'd want to have it self-funding so that even if they tried to defund it, they wouldn't be able to stop it from doing its job. You know? So the hitch there is that the USPS is still run by the government, who tends to side with the big corpos. So how do we convince the policymakers to let the system work? Because clearly it's better, but it doesn't bribe as much. Well, part of your answer is already in your question, right? Which is that the USPS, despite the best efforts of Republican politicians to defund it, continues to persist. And part of the reason it continues to persist is because it just is able to fund itself, right? The USPS functions because it is such a good business model, because it is such a good and necessary service, that it is able to perpetuate itself, right? And the goal of like a a postal banking system would be to build on that. Like, the reason the USPS even still exists to this day is the fact that, like, despite Republican efforts to defund it, Republicans have put the burden of, like, 80 years of pensions on the USPS, right? The United States Postal Service has to prepay pensions for new employees, you know? And so the idea would be to put in place a kind of system that is able to self-fund. And I think you could do that with banks and a loan program specifically designed for postal banks and democratic worker co-ops. Because one of the things we know about democratic worker co-ops, for example, is that they are more financially stable. They are safer investments than privately owned businesses. Now, some of them will fail because, again, democratically owned businesses are not foolproof plans, you know? But despite that, I think that generally speaking, the increased rate of survival of democratic worker co-ops would essentially outcompete and outpay back loans for the USPS, for postal banking as a system, you know? That's actually part of the issue. The USPS was never intended to run at a profit. It was started as a public service that ran at a loss until Nixon helped push a law to force the USPS to run as a for-profit business. But that's the thing. Like, as far as, like, profiteering businesses go that could prepay things like pensions, I think postal banks have the most potential to actually be able to survive a Republican onslaught. And on top of that, there are already, like, one of the things here is that on a local level, there are already tons of localities and counties that offer loan programs for democratic worker co-ops. The issue is there aren't any federalized loan programs that offer that. And one of the avenues we could use would be postal banks. So the reason that I advocate for postal banks to come back is essentially because we can use them as the avenue to create these democratic worker co-ops. And then with those co-ops as a base, we could effectively create these self-funding mechanisms that are more reliable than traditional banks, that are then thus harder to defund, and that then creates the foundation of a transition to these democratic worker co-ops. Now, obviously, if a Republican Party was ever elected that's just straight up fascist, we're all fucked, including this plan, and I fully recognize that. But the idea here would be to avoid the fascism. And also, of course, the other main roadblock would be actually putting this in place in the first place. But I think the fact that it has existed in the US before will help us get it put in place again. And I think that it can be pitched as a platform for distributing a lot of these federal funds to small businesses, which I think would get a lot of attention from Republican circles that would just generally think that it's a good idea. Despite the fact that it is, in fact, a kind of trap for Republicans, you know? This, you just summed up why I'm so angry I can't leave my county. The loan programs are too good, as our federal government is set up around co-op programs, as our local government is set up around local co-op programs. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Local co-op programs are huge on a county level. But what we need is a federal program for co-ops, which the USPS could serve as a platform for. And I know that doesn't sound necessarily at first very flashy or exciting, But one thing to keep in mind is that a lot of people in America, because they live in a small town, don't have access to private banking. I think a lot of people forget this. A lot of people live in areas that don't have access to a bank. And the USPS could be a solution to that. It could work, but first we need a few things: actually progressive president, and a Democratic majority in the House and Senate, as well as a leftish turn to the Supreme Court. I don't see it becoming without all three branches actually agreeing on it. But it's a very solid idea. I do like it. Well, that's the thing, right? I have no illusions that this is like an easy thing to have happen, but that's why the entire bent of my channel is trying to get all of you guys into like knocking on doors, calling people, organizing your local communities. Because what will need to happen in order to get this through is a massive organizing on our part. We need to actually do the work, you know? So I have no illusions that this is just going to happen because I'm speaking it into existence. I want you guys, and I'm going to tell you the closer we get to the election, how we can help organize, how we can build up our organizing skills, how we can build power within the Democratic Party, how we can elect more progressive candidates. This is what my channel is all about. Don't agonize, organize. Organize, advocate, agitate. Exactly, Gamer G. DSA talking points through and through, okay? Have I read any Terry Pratchett's Going Postal? I haven't, but I love Terry Pratchett. So basically, I know my plan, my ideas generally are a long shot, but I think they have the advantage of being based in like a reality that the United States used to inhabit. A reality that there are democratic co-ops today that outcompete privatized firms. A reality that like we could actually transition larger corporations into democratic co-ops. I think we can do it. And that's why that's kind of the entire foundation of my channel, is getting this stuff done. I wish I could invite you all to our community, to some of the activist trainings I've been to this year, but that is something you get in DSA. I mean, GamerG, feel free to evangelize for the DSA in my community. You'll get no pushback. I wish we could get more and more people involved in the DSA, largely because, like, I think that by getting those trainings, we can get more done. You know? I want people who can call folks and get them to turn out to vote. I want people who can knock on doors. You know, we dipped our toes in it during the midterms, and we were able to change the course of like several different elections with just this community, and I'm not even a big goddamn community. Okay? I'm not a big streamer. I'm not a big YouTuber. But we can get this done. So, yeah, I'm a little passionate about it, you could say. I'm not about that leftist bitching and moaning life. I want to organize. I want to build power. I'm not allergic to the idea of being able to change society. And I feel like a lot of leftists kind of coat themselves in apathy. Like, oh man, it'd be great if things were different, but I'm just going to smoke weed and not do anything about it. Nah, let's do something about it. Because guess what? You have more power than they want you to know. By they, I mean like corporate entities government entities, whoever you want to put into they, right? You have more power. There are tons of forces in this world aligned to convince you that you can't affect change, and I'm here to tell you that you can. They're lying to you, and you can make a difference. You know, one thing I've learned from organizing is that one person could knock on like 100 doors. And sure, maybe you don't like make a huge difference in some of them, but if you make a difference in like 10 of those doors, let's say, if you manage to reach one person in that house, in that apartment that you knock the door on, you reach there's a very, very high chance you reach everybody in that home. Okay? Which means if you manage to make it through 10 doors where they listen to you and they say they're going to turn out, guess what? You've likely turned out like 50 people. And some of the margins we're seeing across the country when it comes to electing candidates are a lot less than 50 people. You literally, one person volunteering on these campaigns can literally mean the difference between a leftist coming into power and, especially in this election cycle, a fascist coming into power. You have more power than they want you to realize. So, I'm not great with people, but I can indeed threaten leprosy if it makes us win. I mean, threats are generally not a great idea, but you know, you can definitely call some people. I can definitely call some people. You know? Every call, every door knock that we do when we organize together, it builds our skills, which I think is something we need to focus on. I think that's something that's often downplayed by the online left. But like learning how to cold call people, learning how to knock on doors, those are skills. And when you're working in a group setting to do those things, you're also building the skills you need to organize groups of people to do that. Even if you don't want to do it within the Democratic Party, you want to do it to organize something in your local area. That's a skill that you're building by getting involved in the election. Yeah, Gamer G, I quoted you to my partner. Organizing is polite harassment. I love that. I love that. Hey, Sarah Rosenberg. So, yeah. The things I want you guys to know, and maybe this sets me apart from other left-leaning streamers. I don't know. I don't watch a lot of other content. But I want you to know you have more power than you give yourself credit for. That together we can actually change things on a local, state, and national level. And also that we have concrete steps that we can take to make things better. It's not just sending a wish out to the universe and wishing we had like an anarcho-communist society. We have steps we can take today to make those reality, those potential futures a reality. I want you to know it's not just wishes. We can make it real. So, yeah. I do like this, Bent. We do win every time more people vote because most people aren't insane right-wing. That's why the GOP relies so heavily on gerrymandering and the Electoral College. Exactly. Exactly. The issue when it comes to our general election is not an issue of convincing more people. It's not debating more people into agreeing with us. It's literally just getting out there and reminding people what day the election's happening. Because most people have their noses to the grindstone and they don't even know what day it's happening. And if you tell them what day it's happening, they'll turn up. If you build it, they will come. So, that's what this channel's all about. It's having a concrete vision for how we can get to where we want to go, and letting you all know that we can, despite the overwhelming challenges of our time, overwhelming challenges of our opposition, and sometimes the overwhelming challenges of our allies. We can make it happen. So, yeah. Yeah, exactly, 0PE. If your vote didn't matter, they wouldn't work so hard to try and convince you it didn't. I feel like I went really hard there, but I really like when people ask me how we can get to a better future, because I feel like out of a lot of lefties that are active in streaming, I don't see a lot of lefties proposing realistic legislation that can get us to where we go, where we want to go, you know? Ah, Dylan, you know I'd go on this rant even without a few drinks in me. Let's watch let's watch the rest of this Anthony Fantano debate. You know what? Also, I'm just going to leave this rant in whenever I cut this for YouTube content. That's for you, YouTube. You get this rant. It's not going to be a separate thing. It's just going to be inside of an Anthony Fantano debate review. You didn't think that you were going to get this, but guess what? I'm throwing it in because I love you and I believe in you.
So it's like at what
How many more minutes do we have? We have about like 20 minutes left.
point, at what position do we see things going so far that we're like, enough? It's too much. It's done.
The way we even get to that point is because of the polarization. The way Hitler gets even created is because of the polarization.
No.
Oh no! I forgot how stupid this is. Oh no! Oh honey, no! That's not how Hitler gets created. No. No, learn a little bit about the Weimar Republic, please, for the love of God.
No, that's historically inaccurate. Like, ask any
ask
any World War II scholar. Hitler didn't come to power because people disagreed over things.
No, Hitler rose to power.
Oh my God. We came back on a banger of a note. My God.
Because people were desperate and people were fucking hungry for food. People were fucking looking for a savior. They were looking for a savior because they were put in a position where they had to, I don't know, in a position of desperation where they had to look for their.
Okay, I mean, look, you're getting closer to it. There are arguments that things like
which I think is
destitution and economic disparity creates context for things like fascism, sure, but like, do you understand how that's completely removed from people having different opinions?
No, the point I'm trying to make is how we get to a Trump being elected is by a Hitler being elected. At point after World War I, everybody hated Germany. Everybody was, I mean, not to be like sound stupid here. Fuck Germany, reparations, like they were poor as fuck. So in a way, that's just another instance of polarization. Like everybody's against us. Fuck them. That's what happened with Trump. I mean, we're in a predominantly liberal cultural age. I mean, considering the internet and everything. And what I'm assuming happened is all the Republicans saw that, like, I mean, we're constantly being attacked. We need someone who's going to speak for us. Oh, there's this charismatic leader who's going to promise us a better day and America's going to be great again. Let's flock to him. Whereas if there wasn't that much like attack from the left, there wouldn't necessarily be a need to do that.
Yeah, oh yeah, dog. Yeah, the left really made Hitler. If only the left had been a little bit nicer, Hitler would have existed. What?
There wouldn't be need for such a extremist political.
I'm sorry, was there a need for Hitler? Like, is that really gonna be your argument here? Seems like not a good one.
Candidate. That's what I'm trying to say. So I think that need comes from that polarization. So I think, just to get back to what you were saying earlier, is I understand what you're trying to say with, like, there's certain extreme positions that we should shun and we should completely block out. But the way we even get to those extreme positions being accepted, like in a major way, is through that polarization. So our mission is, how do we reduce that polarization? How do we meet people in the middle and come to an agreement, come to a compromise, so we can stop a Trump?
Why should we compromise? The issue that he's running into is thinking that Republicans will compromise, as opposed to just saying, fuck you, we want our guy, and then, like, using your attempt at compromise as, like, effectively an opening to get their guy in.
From getting elected.
I don't really understand what you're going on about, man. Like, you've made two completely different arguments. You've acknowledged that the rise of Hitler came as a result of the destitution of Germany, of the fact that their sort of favorability on the world stage fell after World War I, of the fact that people were starving and struggling and so on and so forth. How does that line up in your mind with Trump gets elected because liberals have opinions and they're attacking Republicans? How is that the same thing?
Because liberals are dominant, culturally speaking. Liberals hold most of the real estate. That's just a matter of fact.
Real estate what? Like real estate physically, real estate
in the
culturally?
Marketplace of opinions, culturally, yeah, culturally. Like, it's predominantly a liberal culture. The culture is currently in a liberal. I mean, it's obvious because, like, I don't know. The reason we even have this whole cancel culture.
No, it's really not obvious in a world where we can't. And you don't even live in the U.S., right?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, in a world where we don't.
I acknowledge there may be a disconnect there.
In a world where we don't even have health care for all, and on top of it, we have a far-right Supreme Court that won't even challenge basic written, plain as day ideas in the Constitution because it favors more their side of the political aisle. We're not living in this ultra liberal ideological state right now. Like, even Joe Biden, if you took him politically and ideologically on the world stage in Europe, for example, he'd be a centrist at best.
Right. I would think he would still be a liberal, but it's okay.
No, I mean, he's not a Jeremy Corbyn.
No, like on the world stage, Joe Biden would not be a leftist. My God.
Corbyn. He's not even a Lula da Silva. Like, he's not a far left political figure.
He's not a far left, but he's moderately left. He's not a centrist. Like, come on. Let's be honest.
What?
I mean, what I'm saying is, on the world stage, he would be centrist. There are
even in the American context, he's centrist. What are you talking about?
Leaders across the world, especially in first world developed nations and Scandinavia and Europe, where he would actually be considered quite centrist.
I'm talking about first world countries.
Yeah, no, I am also talking about first world countries. I'm not talking about third world countries. I'm talking about Scandinavia and European countries.
I feel like we're getting away from the point here. The point I was trying to make is when you push people into these corners and you just completely shut them out.
Okay, listen. I understand your point. It's just
a bad
one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why?
Oh my God, he said the same thing. Oh my God, we're the same. I am Anthony Fantano. I am become Anthony Fantano, destroyer of albums.
Why?
I won't disagree that there are parallels. That there are parallels between Germany at the point that we're referencing in America now, in that there are similar economic.
I don't want to use Germany as an example. We're in a
we are, because Kanye's a fucking Nazi. Okay.
No,
All right,
it's not just about
and he's saying I love Hitler, so that's why the comparison's coming up.
Yep.
I won't
Yep.
disagree that there aren't
Yep.
parallels there, but but the parallels aren't because people have opinions and they're disagreeing. The parallels are because economically things right now are shit. The disparities between the richest and the poorest people in the country are worse than they've ever been.
You're not wrong, though.
And people can't fucking live anymore without worrying about where their next meal is going to come from, or whether they're not going to be able to, you know, afford their bills over the next couple of months. It's fucking insane. And everybody,
That's not a cultural issue.
Everybody, far left, far right, somewhere in the middle, is looking for a place to sort of lay the blame for all of this on. And often, for people who are on the right, the answer to those problems is, well, it's people who are brown coming across the border and they're taking your jobs, they're making the economy shit, so on and so forth. It's other countries ruining our economy with their trade and their this and their that. It's because I'm not being given enough power as the supreme leader of the country, and you're just like, you know, allowing me to do anything and everything that I want. That would fix everything. That would make everything better. It's not because like we've essentially allowed the rich and the 1% to use this country as a fucking economic playground. It's not that. It's other people who look different than you, who have different religions than you, who have different walks of life than you. That's the real problem. If only we were able to go back to 1950s, 1960s America, where, you know, everybody who's not white knew their place, then the country would be great. Like, that's the sort of wild, out there, nonsensical fucking point of view that these people are deep in the belief of. That is not reality. That is not true. And the thing is, acting like the reason they feel that way is because trans people exist, or people who are Mexican are coming across the border, is preposterous. That is not a position we need to sort of like see the validity in, because it's not a valid position.
There's no validity in it, but you should try. You should you should still try to, like, how do
There's no validity in it, but you should still try to see it anyway. What? Why? Why should you try to see the value in a lie? I don't understand.
how do you say it? Convert those people. You should.
People do by telling them the actual.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Yes, it has happened. There are people every day. There are people every day from the trans community, from the liberal world, as you might call it, who try to educate everybody widely about the actual.
Hey, that's me. I was debating whether or not to title today's stream ask a transgender. Ask me any question about transgender people. I'll answer it. No judgment.
Effects of immigration.
Good night, Gamer G.
I'm not talking about trying to educate. I'm talking about you're fucking stupid.
But that's the answer. Listen, every single day on Twitter, within articles, within scientific journals, within economic papers, these people are given bold-faced fucking facts about immigration, about trans people, about a host of different topics, and they look at this shit and they just turn it the fuck off. They're just like, that's just the deep state. That's just the liberal media. I don't care what that poll says. I don't care what that graph says. I only give a fuck what Trump says. Like,
so you just think that's irreparable? That polarization is just.
Oh yeah, there are some people who are too far gone. Like,
what do you mean by some people? What percentage of Republicans would you say are?
I don't know a percentage, but like, look, no matter what situation that you're in, there are going to be some people. I mean, this is the reason I made my Kanye video. There's going to be some group of people around any topic, around anything, that are not going to listen to another perspective, no matter how well you put it, no matter what.
I completely agree.
Okay.
I completely agree, but we shouldn't just shut them out because there are some people. I think we should.
No, I think there's an extent to which you can, and it makes sense to shut them out, and all that you can really do is display to normal people how insane they are, just so that they know how far not to slip down the slippery slope.
But because of the polarization, there's less and less. I don't even know what you mean by normal people. Normal people.
I mean, if you don't know what he means by normal people, my guy, you've been watching way too much Nick Fuentes, okay?
Anybody who's not in the fucking cult, you know, and can actually.
Bro, Trump is about to get elected president. That's 50% of your country that's in that category. What are we talking about?
No, it's not. It's not. 50% of the country doesn't even vote most of the time. So it's not 50% of the country.
40, bro. 35. 30. The point is, like, you're putting too many people in this category. You put me in this category. I mean, the way you responded, the tone of your messages and the tone of your people.
What category is that?
This guy literally made a video about how being woke is like destroying art. Like, my God.
Category of people, a category of people that don't listen to reason, or
a Republican ignorant piece of shit.
I don't know that you're okay, wait. I don't know that you're Republican. Neither have I said that.
Okay, but that's what you're enforcing with your tweets, with the way you talk about these
I actually think most Kanye fans are
people.
pretty, even though obviously as a result of Kanye's rhetoric, there are a fair amount of Nazis in his audience now. I think your general Kanye fan is pretty, maybe not too politically plugged in. Not to say like that equates to being ignorant. I think most people are not all that politically plugged in. I just think a lot of his fans generally, outside of the fucking psychos who, due to his rhetoric, have kind of hopped on the bandwagon, I think most of his fans don't really dive that deeply into politics generally to have a super far left or super far right position.
Oh, welcome, President Sunday viewers. Hope you enjoy your stay. Thanks for coming here. Hope you make yourself cozy. And, yeah, enjoy the rest of this debate between Anthony Fantano and a guy we're just gonna call Duplo. Welcome, Squiddies. My sister-in-law was shocked when I told her about his Nazi arc. Are you talking about Kanye or Ye?
And I don't think you're gonna educate them on anything by just fucking.
Yeah, no, I don't care to.
Don't do this.
I'm not
This
trying
is
to.
horrible.
I'm not
You
trying
shouldn't
to.
do this.
I'm not trying to.
You're not trying? Okay, so you're just having fun on Twitter is what I'm assuming.
No, I'm showing to people who, again, might be sort of like maybe approaching this from a position of like, what's going on with this topic? What's this debate all about? What's all this hubbub about? Which is most people. And so they kind of stumble across it, they see it, and they're like, damn, this is kind of insane. And you know that with the group of people who are coming away from this looking, more insane than me. I know that I'm insane for fighting with you guys. Okay. But it's true. But
you know what? I salute Anthony Fantano for his selfless sacrifice in the pursuit of truth and justice. Mr. Anderson, thank you for the $20 super chat. My God. And I salute you for your 5th super chat on a live stream. Let's go. Caca, caca. Also, to keep up my my end of the deal, awooga, 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 awooga. My God. What the fuck was that? I said I would awooga for every 5 subs, for every sub or their $5 dono equivalent. I did pledge that. I am a manatee of my word. Awooga. Good night, Griffiths. Still listening to Kanye's music? Does that make me a Nazi supporter? I don't know. Maybe if you buy his new album, I guess. I don't know. I don't know you.
It is an insane act for me to take upon myself.
Right.
But
like dude's newest album has lyrics about how he's not anti-Semitic because he fucked a Jewish lady. So, I mean, I guess if you buy that album, yeah, you might be a little anti-Semitic, I guess.
What's truly more insane by leaps and bounds is just being like, you know what, the anti-Semitic stuff that he's saying is fine, and you know what, I can listen to the record anyway because I'm not Jewish. No, that's actually the insane position. That's actually the position of insanity.
Well, we both listen to the record, so let's not. I mean, you probably listened to it more times and you platformed it on a much larger scale, and you're platforming me right now. So, I mean, we're both guilty of that.
We're not having a platforming argument.
Oh, we're not? Okay. We're not. Okay.
That was established earlier.
Okay, so another argument I want to make is that the normal person, which you're referring to, is gonna see the way you're acting, and I don't know how you think this goes, but I think like the numbers and the amount of people that are like completely fucking shitting on you reflects this. They're gonna see the way you're behaving and you be completely turned off by it. They're gonna be like,
psychotic
turned off.
teenage
Okay, I
con.
can't.
Yo,
This guy needs a binky and a blankie. Cuss he Angie.
True. Fenry, thank you for gifting Nanachi 3 a tier 1 sub. That's very kind of you. And I appreciate it as well as Awooga! Hello, Kyle Javelina. What's up? I'm actually anti-seismic. Well, you know, that's allowed in these parts.
Kanye fans are not your average person. When you actually leave the house and show regular, like, adult people the things Kanye is saying and he's doing, not morons who, like, turn up in the comments and be like, oh, you're 40 and bald. Like, those aren't normal people.
That's who you were. Okay,
that's not your average person. Your average person out and about, going on about their day. You show them the things that I'm saying and you show them the things Kanye is saying. They're going to look at what Kanye is doing and be like,
come to the Riverboat Jack stream, everybody, where we go from postal banking to making Awooga sounds. It's a rational and easygoing channel. For sure.
like, that's kind of nuts. That's kind of insane. And his fans are acting irrational and defending him like he's a cult leader. When I'm talking about the children who are getting angry at me over the internet, no, not normal people, not your average person, because that's just provably not true. And on top of it, they're fucking kids a lot of the time. They're going to grow out of this little freak ideology.
He's not saying that his detractors fuck kids. He's talking about how his detractors are kids. Just critical difference. Needed to make sure you all knew where the comma was, okay?
That they're locked in once they actually get pussy for the first time, or you know, realize that once they have a conversation with somebody who isn't like them and actually challenges them on their shitty beliefs, they're going to grow out of that shit at some point. But for the time now that they're making themselves look like idiots, I'm going to point it out. I'm going to pull it apart. I'm going to punch up at it, and I'm going to make you guys look like fucking idiots shitting all over yourselves because you're mad that I didn't review some mid-ass fucking record.
I don't think that's a realistic way of viewing things. I disagree with you on that regard, respectfully.
Okay.
I don't know how we're gonna come to an agreement here. I'm trying to like.
I didn't think we were going to, and it's okay. Agreeing for the sake of agreeing isn't necessarily like, you know.
Yeah, of course.
But that I feel like that's the difference between him and his debate opponent. Like, I think his debate opponent here thinks that agreeing for the sake of agreeing is in fact a good thing.
Of course. But I think, listen, okay, to come back to my main point, I think the important thing and the thing we need more of is to have discourse over these things, and to like actually not just shut out everybody who you think may even have a slightly different opinion than
you know what, and that's what we're literally doing. Even though I vastly disagree with you,
I think it's
even
amazing.
though I vastly disagree with you on a lot of things, you're on here saying your piece and I'm saying my piece. I've invited you to have this discourse.
Of course, but what I'm saying is the way you've conducted yourself on Twitter, most likely someone else who's who's less mature, who doesn't give a fuck, would react to it like, fuck Fantano, I'm gonna listen to the new Kanye. That's how people are gonna react to it. That's how most people are gonna react. If you say somebody can't think, isn't capable of thinking, they're not gonna be very charitable to your assessment right there.
The mistake he's making here is that Anthony Fantano isn't asking for charitability from anybody.
You're forgetting that, like, you know, just to remind you and everyone in chat, okay? I didn't start reviewing music or Kanye yesterday. I feel like Kanye fans generally have a bit of a memory problem. I've been reviewing the man's music for over 10 years, and regardless of how level-headed, how even positive sometimes my coverage of his music has been, a lot of the Kanye fans, you know, opinion base of me has been fuck Fantano. So even when I've been reasonable, even when I have listened, even when I have critiqued with as much accuracy as I could, even when I have enjoyed his music, the position was fuck Fantano. So you can't really expect me to be like, there's any love loss, you know, when I'm like, you know what, this is kind of just unreviewable bullshit, because now Kanye fans are even more staunchly in the position that they've been held in, because they're literally defending him for saying Nazi shit. So like it's been fuck Fantano even when I've been fair, even when I've been level-headed, even when my views on Kanye's music have more or less aligned with the fandom on certain new records. It's been fuck Fantano. So there's not really any bridge being burnt there when we're talking about people who defend a guy who's said that he loves Hitler, and people who have provably...
Yeah, like, honestly, that's like a huge, insurmountable barrier for like this guy to overcome. Like, you're defending at the end of the day a guy who's like just outright saying, I love Hitler, I think he's a great guy, did a lot of good things for Germany, you know? Like, I'm sorry, like, you're on the losing side here.
Hated me for over a decade anyway.
Yeah, the point I'm trying to make is
I've been trying to get through to those people. I've been doing it.
Okay, and now
to what avail?
Yeah, of course. And now your prescription is they say fuck me, fuck them.
Yeah, because the past 10 years haven't worked. Because the past 10 years haven't worked.
I don't know.
Oh, I don't.
Has any of it worked? You tell me.
I mean, I guess the position that I was doing before, and not that I feel like I'm entitled to people agreeing with me over whatever opinion I put out. The past thing didn't necessarily swing people to my opinion, so...
My favorite Kanye moment is when he walked into that signpost, which was rather pathetic about his career. True, Scribby! Also, welcome to my community.
It's not like me just being more, you know, I suppose... bold about it and unapologetic about it, and just sort of like, you know, standing in process and just not reacting, but rejecting the concept of reviewing the album altogether because nobody's going to listen anyway. It's not like that's necessarily going to come out with a different result than just a normal review would. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, why again are you kind of putting onto me this outcome that I'm not even trying to achieve? Like, I'm not trying to convince Kanye fans at this point. I don't think I'm going to. I don't think I'm going to.
You're trying to do. It's what you're doing on the surface.
I feel like you do really care, though, is the thing.
Surface. That's fuck everybody who's saying fuck me. You should be above that. You should be responsible.
No, generally I am with pretty much every artist, but we're talking about a guy who uses his platform to soften people to Nazism, and I feel like in that case you probably should be fuck that guy.
Yeah.
Of course, fuck that guy is cool. But
because you think Kanye fans are the only fans that don't care about what I have to say. But the thing is, like, you know, I could talk about other artists, and I could even bring up a lot of their moral indiscretions in reviews without sort of being reacted to in the way that I have been historically with Kanye fans, to where I'm being theorized as like secretly Jewish and so on and so forth.
Yeah, that's horrible. I agree with you. That's horrible. I just don't think...
Okay, so you might understand that, like, in this really weird, unique instance where I'm experiencing this one thing that I don't experience with any other artist when I'm reviewing their work and commenting on their behavior, that I might have a different approach.
Yeah, but you usually... I'm not going to be obtuse here. You usually have the same...
No, there's nothing usual about this situation.
No.
We can't say what...
Good night, Rambe. This is actually very clear as a look into trying to turn people over to the left. This guy isn't accepting facts. He's just getting mad at everything that disagrees with his worldview, even if it's just the fact that of reality that disagreement exists. Yeah. I mean, like, at the end of the day, right? There's nothing unusual about this. The guy Anthony's debating here is just trying to make constant excuse after excuse after excuse for Nazism. Like, at the end of the day, like, that's what you're trying to do, bud. Honestly, I'm actually incredibly impressed with Anthony Fantano for, like, keeping his composure throughout this entire debate. Like, it's impressive. It's impressive for him to just be like, nah, you're full of bullshit over and over and over again for, like, an hour and a half. Hey, Dark Canuck.
What I usually do, because there's nothing usual about this. There's nothing usually about it. I know what I usually do in usual situations, but there's nothing usual about this.
I'm not gonna pigeonhole myself just to this. I'm talking about everything, about the core principle of responding with fuck all of you. I don't agree with that. I don't think that's productive. I don't think that's gonna get us.
I mean, I don't think that he said fuck all of you. I think he said fuck you if you're supporting Kanye knowing he's a Nazi. I feel like there's a difference between enjoying Kanye's older albums and now actively buying his current albums, knowing that his current albums have music about like essentially providing cover for his Nazism.
Us anywhere. That's my problem. Okay? I mean, I keep repeating the same thing, but it's like if it's okay for you, if it makes you feel like you're doing good, that's fine. But at the end of the day, I feel like the only thing it's doing, not just with Kanye, I mean in usual, with that fuck everybody mentality, it's causing more polarization. You're not gonna convince any non.
Well, you know, this is the thing, and I feel like this is what this arguer is kind of missing here, is that I think that most people would agree that actually it's a very good thing to polarize folks against being a Nazi. Like, that's a good thing to do. Like, full stop. Yeah, you should be against being a Nazi, bud. Full stop.
Believers, and you're not gonna get anywhere. And the divide just gets more and more separated, and the sides get more and more extreme, and nobody wants to hear each other out, and everybody is calling each other pieces of shit and assholes. I think that's horrible. I think it's really sad, and I think the state your country is in right now, to the point where you've industrialized and commodified this political divide, I think it's disgusting and repulsive, and I'm just happy I don't have to live there. But if I did live there, I would try my hardest not to play into that, because I recognize the trap. I see how it's not going anywhere productive. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, well, you know, I think we've had this conversation.
Yeah, we had. We're going in circles now. But hey, the point I'm trying to make after this is, listen, we don't need to hate each other. We can still we can still come together and talk about things. After this, I'm not gonna be like fuck Fantano. I'm gonna be, hey, we had this.
I'm sorry, bud. How do you expect, like, if a Jewish person was watching you right now, how do you expect them to come together with you when you're providing this level of cover for a Nazi? For a guy who's, like, going out in public on, like, his stage and saying that he likes Hitler, that Hitler was full of some really good ideas. Like, I'm sorry. Nah.
Conversation, we disagreed on some things. Listen to it, hear it out. Maybe you learn something new, and that's it. Not be like, fuck, this dude is so fucking, look at this fucking stupid dude. Why is he saying what he's saying? Like, that's stupid. That's childish, and that's immature. So yeah, that's all I'm gonna say.
Okay, I mean, I'll leave things by saying polarization just as a concept isn't necessarily a bad thing, especially when you find yourself polarized against positions or points of view that would lead to the extermination of innocent people. I think there are some cases, and again, this is all case by case. I'm not embracing this just as a philosophy overall. I think there are cases where it's just fine to say, you know what, fuck that guy, fuck those people. I don't need to put in the effort to convince them because there is a far larger swath of people, generally speaking, that see that group of people and see that disagreeable opinion and see that, heinous point of view and just sort of see it as stupid. And I feel like in those cases, all you can really do is sort of highlight it as stupid for, as many reasonable people as possible. And, yeah, and that's just kind of, my feelings on it. I don't think, softening people to heinous ideas is necessarily the answer here. And, it's fine to openly reject things sometimes without, sort of like having a nuanced debate about it. It doesn't, it's not the sensible option in all cases. As somebody who is someone who's, studied political science and has...
Wait, what? I'm sorry, did Anthony Fantano get a degree in poli-sci? Wait, what? Wait, what? That's incredible. That's wonderful. I had no idea.
Followed politics and political discourse for years and years and years and years. I'm well aware of a lot of different...
Dude, what? I had no idea. That's really cool. I love when I find out new things about creators I like. That explains a lot. It really does.
Different debates on a lot of different topics that generally I think are pretty fine. I think are cool. I think are acceptable. But I think there's a certain point at which you could just be like, no, there's actually not like an acceptable middle position on this. And I guess that's just where I'm kind of at here.
Okay, I just want to end things off by clarifying. I'm not advocating for a middle position. Nothing about what I'm doing is like getting people to get to a middle position. I hold an obvious ideology, obvious political ideas. I've condemned Republicans in the past. I have several videos.
Do you hold an obvious political ideology? Because in this debate, it seems like it's not a good one. It's if the one you have is obvious, it doesn't really seem like a very good one from what we've seen. Just FYI on that.
On Republican rap, this is horrible. This is trash. Fuck this. But I think generally,
I mean, that's a really easy position to hold, though, right? Like, fuck Republican rap is a pretty easy position to hold. Republican rap is bad. Like, it's not good. It's not fun. It's just kind of bad. So, like, it's not really that impressive when you're like, wow, this is bad. Like, it's just kind of objectively bad. You're not giving anything up with that position.
I think generally, and I'm glad this conversation happened, we should be, I don't know, especially people like me. I don't want to come to my own defense here. It sounds stupid, but like, I'm relatively nuanced in my video. It's not coming from a bad faith.
You, though?
It's not coming from a bad place. It's like transparent. It's honest. I feel like you should tell me what your disagreements are without like calling me an idiot. Like, not you necessarily.
Well, the disagreements are with the guy you're trying to defend, obviously.
But other people, like, I think you should just be more accepting towards people who may not hold the exact political opinion you do. And I've seen a lot of people that didn't even watch my video. And they were like, fuck this dude. He's a Republican Nazi apologizer, Nazi, whatever it is. So yeah, I mean, I think it's just sad. And I hope we can grow past that. But yeah, thank you for having me on. Thank you for having me on, even though like the conversation wasn't that cordial at points. But yeah, I'm glad we had it anyway.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming through and speaking your points. And,
Yeah.
I'll commend you in the fact that, look, part of the reason that, I was fighting with a lot of those Kanye fans on Twitter is because, especially the ones who were verified and so on and so on, paying their Elon dollars,
Right.
is because, a lot of them would come through, get their little dunks in, and get their likes, get their retweets, get their whatever. And some of them I would approach and just be like, do you actually want to talk on stream about any of this? And sort of, give your opinion. And a lot of them would just not respond and sort of shy away and just completely pussy out, because I think a lot of them know, I think a lot of them know that their psycho opinions would kind of deflate once challenged. And, I think it's great that you actually, put your face on camera, say what you say, stand by what you believe, and actually came through and made the attempt to debate and have this back and forth.
Yeah, more of this is what I'm saying. More of this. This is beautiful, right? I mean, come on.
Is it?
Yeah. All right. Thank you for having me on. It's been amazing. It's been wonderful.
All
and
right.
shit, maybe another time, if we have another topic we disagree on, we can fight it out on here. So yeah.
All right. Well, have a good one.
Yeah. Take care.
Woo! That was a good debate. So what can I say to wrap that up? Thing is, Spitfire, I don't know that that guy knows he's being an asshole, right? I don't think that guy knows that his radical centrist take is actually not that endearing, you know? I think this type of mentality traps you in a position where you're like, no, I'm the reasonable one. On one side we have a Nazi, and on the other side we have a person who wants universal health care. They're the same, just on opposite sides. It's kind of like the application for the radical centrist of horseshoe theory, for a lot of people who are in that position, they basically view, anyone I view as extreme, they're on polar opposites. And if I just inhabit this middle ground, well, you see, that makes me better than them. That makes me the enlightened thinker. I'm basically Aristotle, and I'm basically Aristotle. I can just reason my way through the discourse. And yeah, the sad part about it is that type of mentality, that ideology traps you. It traps you in a way that makes it incredibly difficult to escape. Unless, and I feel like there's really only one way for someone that's in that mindset to escape it, and that's if somebody crushes you. That's if somebody comes along and is like, no, you're actually being the bad guy here. You're actually kind of being a complete and utter dipshit. And obviously Anthony Fantano in this debate crushed him, right? But I think he might have been too nice to actually get through to this guy, Yeah, there's an element where this guy thinks he's kind of just above this, the muck raking. He's above the mudslinging, And I think ultimately what needs to happen here is for someone to be like, no, you're just like us. You're just too cowardly to actually take a position. Or the radical position that you're taking right now is that things are fundamentally good right now. And if you do try and take that position, as a content creator, that doesn't fly with most people. Because most people aren't doing okay. Yes, but he also said he wasn't trying to convert the chuds, but the people who came past the argument on the way through. Yeah, for sure. Anthony Fantano's position here should not be I'm trying to convince the guy I'm talking to. Pro tip. Okay, if you're ever in a debate like this, you are never trying to convert or convince your actual debate opponent. You're trying to convince their audience, right? You're trying to convince the people who listen to them that actually the guy that they're listening to is a dipshit and they should listen to you instead. It needed one more point where he talked about how the guy's attitude would affect like a family situation with the far gone QAnoner or something. Yeah, I feel like it needed to be looped into like a real world consequence of some kind. Most of the time I'm trying to make them look like an idiot. I mean, that's fair, for sure. But like by making them look like an idiot, that is a rhetorical tactic of convincing other people that you are correct, you know? I agree. I was a centrist and thought highly of myself until someone broke me down and told me I was being brain dead. Well, Lavi Live, I appreciate your ability to absorb that criticism and then like change for the better, you know? Like I acknowledge that is it's a hard thing to be brought back down to earth, you know? Well, and that is also I think a good point. Fjarl, I don't know if any point could have been made to bring that guy back to reality. I'm just saying, like, if any of them could have, I think it would have required like a like crushing moment.